In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules for speaking. Only speak when invited by me as the chairman to do so. Please state your name before you speak if you have not been introduced by name. Some people may need to dial into the meeting and will therefore not have the benefit of video. Please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. When you are speaking, councillors are encouraged to put their video on. If you'd like to speak, please type RTS, that is request to speak, in the instant message conversation panel on the left-hand side of your screen and click the arrow button to send. Please note this panel is visible to all parties. If you would like to raise a point of order, please type PO, that is point of order, in the instant message conversation panel, and I will do my best to ensure that if we do have a point of order, I will stop proceedings at once to hear that point of order. Where there appears to be a consensus in the meeting for the motion, I will ask if there is any dissension from the motion. If you wish to vote against the motion, please type against in the instant message conversation panel. Otherwise, the motion will be agreed without a vote. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by roll call, asking for a response of for or against or abstain from each councillor. And can I encourage councillors to please use your video when you are voting in order to assist officers in the count of the vote. A recorded vote requires support from a quarter of the members present. If a request for a recorded vote is made, unless I have already received a notification of the request and 25% of the meeting have already intimated they are in support, a roll call will be taken up to the point that a quarter of councillors present at the meeting support that request. If my connection is lost during the meeting, the Vice Chairman will take the chair until the connection resumes. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum as far as possible and that mobile phones and other devices are switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. And I'd like to thank everyone in advance for that, please. Moving on then, agenda item 1, apologies. We have received no apologies for this meeting this evening. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Chief Executive, could you report on any declaration of interest, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I've not had any declarations of interest at all from any councillors.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 3.
Chair.
Sorry.
It's Councillor Mike Brook. I've done an RTS Ray declarations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brook.
Just get my video up. Fine, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
As Vice Chair of Broadstone Neighbourhood Forum, it's a local interest, item 6B on tonight's agenda, which deals with the statement of community involvement. There are sections in there that relate to neighbourhood forums and the way in which the council will give them support.
Thank you, Councillor Brook. That is now noted. Agenda item 3. Confirmations of the minutes to confirm and sign as a correct record of the minutes of the adjourned annual council meeting and ordinary council meeting held on the 7th of July. Are members happy that we confirm those minutes as a true and correct record? And once again, if there is any dissension, please type in the conversation box. If not, I will take that as a unanimous vote. Thank you, members. Agenda item 4, announcements and introduction from the chairman. Members, it is with great sadness that I am reporting the recent death of Councillor Pete Parish. Councillor Parish was elected to the BCP Council with all of us in May 2019 for the Canford Heath ward. He served as a member of the Licensing Committee, and I would like to call on Councillor Sandra Moore to say a few words about Councillor Parish. Councillor Moore, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to pay tribute to our Camford Heath ward colleague and friend, Pete Parish, who very sadly died quite unexpectedly and tragically on 19th of July. Although Pete had only been a councillor since May 2019, he had been a valued member of our team for very much longer and was involved in many of our local activities and events. His funeral was held on Thursday the 13th of August at Poole Crematorium, and the family's privacy was respected at this difficult time. But BCP Council was represented by the leader of the council, Vicky Slade, and other colleagues of the Unity Alliance who knew him well, including councillors Chris Matthews, Mike Brooke and myself. On a personal note, I can tell you that Pete was incredibly proud to be able to serve the community he cared so much about, both as a Camford Heath councillor and a member of BCP's licensing committee. Pete will be sadly missed by his friends and colleagues. In Camford Heath, he was well known for his litter picking skills and especially loved chatting to residents afterwards over a nice cup of tea. We will all miss him and his drive to help serve the residents of Camford Heath. So may you rest in peace, Pete Parish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. It is also with great sadness that I am reporting the recent death of Honorary Alderman Jean Moore. Councillor Mrs Moore was first elected to Dorset County Council in 1981 and to the Bournemouth Borough Council in 1983 as a Moordown Ward Councillor. She served on numerous committees for both councils, took the office of Mayor of Bournemouth Borough Council from 1996 to 1997 and became an Honorary Alderman in 2007. And I understand that Councillor Earl wishes to say a few words. Councillor Earl, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Alderman Jean Moore represented the now Winton East ward for over 20 years. She was both a councillor on the Old Authority and the County Council and became a member of the Unitary Authority upon reorganisation in the 90s. She was totally dedicated to her role and to her constituents. Jean was a good and loyal friend to many and an enormous font of wisdom and knowledge to all new members of the council. Present councillors who take time to read the large monument to the authority of the 90s will see that it has Jean's name on it as mayor. Her love for Bournemouth was second to none. She leaves a large family, children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Bournemouth Liberal Democrats and many residents across Dorset will miss her humour and her wisdom greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I would like to ask the Council to pay silent tribute to Councillor Pete Parish and Honorary Alderman Jean Moore. Thank you, members. Before I move forward, I've noticed that I have a request to speak from Councillor Mark Anderson in relation to Alderman Jean Moore. Councillor Anderson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I got to know Councillor Jean Moore in her latter life as one of the Queen's Park residents. And when we came to have a planning application on her road, she was particularly helpful, and I got to know her even better. Although she was the wrong party from me, I did appreciate her help. I had some long conversations with her, and I shall miss her. So I'd just like to add my respects to her.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anderson. Moving on with Chairman's announcements, I'd just like to share with members, I recently received a card from the Lord Lieutenant of Dorset, Angus Campbell, and I will just share with you the words of the card. The innovation, collaboration, courage and selflessness shown by so many of you across Dorset in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic is truly inspirational and uplifting. As Her Majesty the Queen's representative within our county, I would like to thank you for the wonderful contribution you have made to Dorset and all who live here during these most extraordinary and challenging times. Thank you, members. And finally, in Chairman's announcements, I've been reminded by Councillor Susan Phillips that today is the Battle of Britain Day on the 15th of September 2020, and obviously we acknowledge that the Battle of Britain Commemoration Day today. Thank you. Moving on then to agenda item 5. To receive any public questions, statements or petitions submitted in accordance with the Constitution. Firstly, public questions. In accordance with the Constitution, the following public questions have been published on the website and a link circulated to all councillors. Responses to these questions have also been published on the Council's website. Questions have been received by Angela Sullivan on the plight of bars with live entertainment. Mr. M.A. Roger on the Covenant of Mayors. And then we've had correspondence from John Dobson, Stephen Barrett, Sally Harris, Mary Timms, Kimball Firmage and Lindsay Webb, all in relation to the Mudderford Sandbank Beach House Cafe. Moving on then to statements. In accordance with the Constitution, the statements received are as follows. Helen Ash, agenda item 12, motion on a vote of no confidence. Susan Chapman on agenda item 12, motion of vote of no confidence. P. Gattrell on agenda item 11, report under section 5 of the Local Government and Housing Act 1989. Zoe Tees on the one-way system in Southbourne High Street. Once again, these have been published on the website and a link circulated to all councillors. Moving on then to petitions. Members, the following petition has been received from Mr. Frank Ahern on behalf of the Save Land North of Merley. This petition has been published on the website with a covering statement, and members should be aware that this petition was submitted prior to the changes in the Constitution. Moving on then to item 6, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Members, you are asked to consider the following recommendations which will be taken separately. Item 6A, Cabinet, 29th of July 2020, Minute 203, 2019 to 20 Financial Outturn Report. Councillor Brown, I understand you wish to move the minute. Councillor Brown, please.
Yes, Chairman. Would you like me to introduce the report now? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. This is the financial outturn report for the 2019-2020 financial year. The report gives detail of the financial outturns, and it was discussed at the Overview and Scrutiny Board and at Cabinet in July. In summary, as at the end of December 2019, the third quarter budget monitoring report forecast that there would be a need to use the £2.5 million in-year contingency and draw down on the £2.7 million of the Financial Resilience Reserve, which had been set aside to support the budget in this first year of BCP Council. Use of this reserve was approved by Full Council in February. After a lot of hard work by budget holders, by officers and portfolio holders, I'm really pleased to present a vastly improved position in the finances as the financial outturn for the 2019-20 financial year. Summarised in the report in Figure 1, the actual outturn for the General Fund revenue account, rather than needing to draw on the £2.7 million Financial Resilience Reserve, was actually a surplus of £0.2 million when the contingency had been used. So in the first budget year of BCP Council, involving an incredibly complex reorganisation to form the new unitary authority, the work of BCP Council has been delivered within the financial parameters that were set down by the Shadow Authority and without the need to draw down on the Financial Resilience Reserve. The report and the appendices detail this breakdown by directorate, as well as the outturn for the earmarked reserves, for dedicated schools grant, the capital programme and the housing revenue account. There have been a number of movements since the end of the third quarter, some of which relate to the early financial impact of the COVID-19 public health emergency, much of which was absorbed within the 2019-20 budgets. So in spite of that happening at the end of the year, this report is a really positive outcome, which will support the management of financial pressures in future financial years. And I have to thank all the officers who worked so diligently during the final quarter to deliver this outstanding result. I'd love to talk at length because it is such good news that this outturn, but I just want members to appreciate this positive financial news. It backs up our responsible approach to financial management and is a critical support to dealing with COVID-19 over the coming financial years. The recommendations in the report are to recommend to Council to approve the capital environments of over £1 million, which were listed in paragraph 85 of the report. So in brief summary, there are 3 capital environments there: a highways environment of £7.1 million, increase in approved capital budget for the Department of Transport pothole grant and challenge funding, a reduced capital budget of £4.1 million relating to the Lansdowne regeneration to defer roundabout improvements, and £4.4 million DLEP grant funding for the Wallisdown Road and Blackwater Junction projects. So I'm very pleased to present that to colleagues, and I hope everybody will support the capital environments which we proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I understand you have a seconder in Councillor Vicky Slade. Councillor Slade?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to second the paper.
Thank you very much. Did you wish to speak?
No, I'm content that Councillor Brown has covered that adequately.
Thank you very much. Can I ask if there are any councillors wishing to speak on minute 203, and just to remind members that there is a maximum of up to 3 minutes. Any members wishing to speak at all, please? Can I ask members, is there any dissension on minute 203? In which case I'll take that as a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 6B. Cabinet 29th of July 2020, minute 204, the adoption of the statement of community involvement. Councillor Phipps, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. So this statement of community involvement is all about how the council engages with residents on planning applications and when preparing the local plan. It replaces the 3 legacy councils' individual statements of community involvement and puts them into one document for consistency. This is a statutory requirement, this document. However, consulting on it isn't. Nevertheless, the Council did a 6-week consultation on a draft in October, November 2019. It reflects government guidance, which gives greater emphasis to using more digitally based techniques due to COVID and social distancing. And there are financial savings from this approach as set out in paragraph 19. There were no formal recommendations for any changes from the Overview and Scrutiny Board or from Cabinet. However, since agreement by Cabinet, an amendment has been made by the government to the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Order 2015, which now needs to be reflected in this SCI. And it is therefore proposed to amend it at section 3 with an addition to table 1, which the addition relates to certain applications for permitted development which require prior approval. This is where the council is required to statutorily notify adjoining owners or occupiers. The recommendations therefore are for this statement of community involvement to be adopted by full council, for minor textual changes to be delegated to the director and the portfolio holder if required, and for a review of it to be undertaken within 1 year of adoption to assess and monitor its effectiveness, and also to agree the addition to section 3 table 1 relating to prior approval, as I've explained, and as actually set out in the recommendation on the agenda. This is a very important document about engaging with the public, and I propose the recommendations as set out for adoption of the BCP Statement of Community Involvement. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. I understand you have a seconder in Councillor Howell. Councillor Howell?
Yes, I am seconding this.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Did you wish to speak, Councillor Howell, or?
Yes, the only thing I'd like to say really is I just point out that we're not statutorily required to consult on this, but we have chosen to do so. It's particularly relevant in relation to other recent matters recently where we've been unfairly accused of not following consultation procedure, which we have in all cases done that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. I have a request to speak from Councillor Kelsey. Councillor Kelsey, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I would like to make an amendment, if I may, please, and I would like to make an amendment to recommendation A and add the words subject to the additional requirement to send letters by post to properties neighbouring planning application sites. I think this would be a good idea. We are in COVID state. A lot of people still aren't going out, so they're not seeing yellow notices that are put up around the street. Some people are still very wary about moving around their wards. So I think the idea of continuing to send letters out would be very much appreciated by a lot of residents. The cost of this is not a great deal in the greater schemes of things, and I think it is certainly something we should be doing. So therefore, I would recommend that as an amendment, please, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Councillor Kelsey, are you able just to reconfirm your amendment, please? Whether you can type that. Are you able to type that in the conversation panel at all?
I can do that, Chairman, no problem.
So that all members can see exactly what your proposed amendment is, please.
Yep. Do apologise, Chairman. My typing is not the fastest in the world.
No, thank you very much, Councillor Kelsey. So I'd like to deal first of all then with the amendment as set out by Councillor Kelsey in the conversation panel, and that is to add that wording to subject to additional wording to send letters by post to neighbouring properties surrounding application sites. First of all, Councillor Phipps, did you want to comment at all?
Just a minute. Oh, set my video up. Well, I'm somewhat surprised by this, I have to say, because this is the second time we have dealt with a statement of community involvement. And the first time, when it went to overview and scrutiny, which was last year, it was suggested that we would continue to send letters, and that was rejected. And there was a formal request from overview and scrutiny that actually we didn't send letters. So I'm quite surprised by this. Now it came back to overview and scrutiny this time without letters being sent, and to save a significant amount of money as set out in paragraph 19. And overview and scrutiny were very happy with that, and Cabinet were very happy with that. The only thing we will need to do is make the addition to it, obviously to do with prior approval. So I am somewhat surprised that this has come forward at this time, and when actually, as far as I was concerned, or as far as I think everyone was concerned, everybody was content with what is put forward. Thank you. I'll see what others have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. The proposal has been seconded, I understand, by Councillor Stribley. Is there any members wishing to speak on the amendment, please? I have an RTS request from Councillor Brooks, Councillor Tony Trent and Councillor Slade, but can I just ask, we're purely dealing with the amendment at this point in time.
Mine's on the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Can you continue, please?
Yeah, I don't actually see any problem with that, providing it was a little bit more specific and referred to immediate neighbours. One of the reasons why it was not considered seemed to be about the cost of sending lots of letters to lots of people and where do you stop. But I do think that immediate neighbours, those who border onto the property that's got the application, I think it would be fair enough. But as it's worded at the moment, it's a little bit open-ended. It's kind of everyone, and his wife sort of thing. So, I think that it needs to be reworded more precisely to feel comfortable with it.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Stribley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very happy to support this motion, the amendment, I beg your pardon. It wouldn't have been so bad had the old system we used to certainly run in Poole been still in progress. But a lot of residents are not even aware of a planning application until it's been lodged the best part of 30 days. And by the time they've contacted their ward councillor and asked for it to go to committee or any other information about it, by the time that's supplied, they are past the time of being able to call any really controversial application to committee. In rare cases, I would also support the notification by post of properties opposite. But when you get adjacent properties, those behind an application site can often be in a totally different road, where even if the residents are out walking their dogs or whatever, they may not be in the road of the application site, of the address of the application site, and therefore simply don't see the notices affixed to lampposts. and there have been a real number of issues over this. So I honestly think I accept there will be an additional cost, but in the great scheme of things, a relatively small additional cost that neighbouring properties should still be notified by post or email if we are certain that we have their correct email addresses. But certainly they need to be notified in writing. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Vicky Slade, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share Councillor Phipps's surprise that this has been challenged at this point, when actually there was the opportunity at both overview and scrutiny and cabinet to raise this as a concern. It is the role of the ward councillors to call in applications. In Bournemouth, they don't have this at the moment, and it's not caused them a problem for many, many years. They're still perfectly capable of bringing things to committee. So whilst Councillor Stribley has said it is a small additional cost, it is an additional cost. We are facing a massive financial pressure. This has been through the system on 2 occasions. It does have a financial cost, which we will have to find somewhere else. And I would just ask colleagues to think, just because somebody gets a letter, lives next door, doesn't mean that the person who is 2 doors down is going to get a letter. These are people who are joining exactly, and the notification in the street, the work of ward councillors through engaging with their communities and making the decision to call things in that are controversial is really important here. We took the decision that we would stop doing this in the areas that we were doing it to a cost of £4 per notification and a total cost of around £100,000 per annum. That might not be a lot of money in the big scheme of things, but it is a lot of money and will allow us to be able to do other things with this money. So I would urge people not to support this amendment and to support the paper as it was tabled.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Judy Butt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very surprised to hear this from those people who are not in support of the amendment. We should be, and I'm sure we are, a responsive and reflexible council. And this meeting of all councillors is to debate such things that come forward. We are the final decision-making body. It is a sensitive issue, and with regard to the cost, with such a sensitive issue, if it's challenged due to the lack of notice being put out physically in the domain, the costs to the council, if such cases were to be won, can and will be considerably more. So I think if we look at the risk element with regard to this, it's a very simple thing to do. There is a small cost. I totally understand the leader's concern about the spiralling costs and obviously her responsibility to look at those. But I think this is a small ask. Equalities issue, of course, I'm not even going to start going into because we don't all have access to technology. And that is why we have this mechanism to advise those people who might be lost with regard to that information. So I certainly will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Mike Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's really just a question that are we allowed to have the amendment, because there's been no assessment of the financial implications of the amendment, which I would have thought would be quite normal in these circumstances. Without any financial implications, surely we're not allowed to pass such amendments. I fully appreciate that the amendment sounds very good, and I do confess to being slightly cynical as to why it's been raised at such a late stage. But I do think it's probably not allowed in these circumstances. Thank you.
Chief Executive, would you be kind enough to assist, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, the financial implications are set out in the report. They are approximately £100,000 per annum was the estimated cost. My sense is that if the amendment were passed, it would have to be referred back to Cabinet for Cabinet to identify the finances to fund it and where those finances would come from. So I think Council could agree that as a policy that we want to do this, they'd have to refer it back to Cabinet to identify the source of funding.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I trust that answers your question, Councillor Cox. Councillor Nigel Brooks, please accept my apologies. It is difficult to conduct a meeting and keep an eye on the RTS conversation panel. Councillor Brooks, please.
Thank you, Chair, for your apology. That's fine. Our experience in Christchurch during the COVID-19 period has been that yellow notices have not been placed where planning applications have been made, and it's only been by default that people have actually found out next to their property or adjoining their property that there is a sensitive planning application. Whilst I appreciate there is a cost of actually writing to neighbouring properties, I think this is sound practice so that we do not fall into the trap of having missed for regulatory purposes the compliance that we have to actually make people aware of planning applications. I know it's been said by the leader that there is a role for the ward councillors to pay, but I think there is nothing as a substitute for making people clearly aware of planning applications as referred to by other members before me.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Margaret Phipps, please.
Chairman. Thank you. I just wanted to say on this financial issue that at the moment we send out currently, as it stands, letters in Christchurch and Poole, but no letters are sent out in Bournemouth and haven't been for a very long time, as Bournemouth councillors will know. And the financial implications that are in paragraph 19 say that at the moment we're sending out 20 to 25,000 letters, but that I would say is only for Poole and Christchurch, which costs around 80 to 100,000 pounds. So I'd like to know, and I'm presuming that what is now proposed is that we are sending out letters, or we're going to send out letters across the whole of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, obviously to include Bournemouth, that wasn't done before. Therefore, the cost will not just be 80 to 100,000 pounds, it's going to be considerably more, a whole lot more. I don't know how much more. And as Councillor Cox has pointed out, nobody knows. This is, I'm somewhat concerned that this hasn't been thought about or even looked at, and this amendment has suddenly come forward with no evidence of what this is actually going to cost at all. I will say it is not a statutory requirement to send out letters. Otherwise, we wouldn't be putting forward not to do that. The only statutory requirement will be, as far as letters, is the addition to Table 1, which is if there is permitted development with prior approval. And that is the only one that has the statutory requirement. So we are meeting statutory requirements by what is suggested, and I am extremely concerned that nobody has taken into account what this is actually going to cost, and it isn't in any budgets anywhere. And also we do need to have a statement of community involvement. And this would if it's not adopted this evening, it will be seriously delayed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Mark Anderson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I've supported this. I supported this when it came up before ONS. I have supported it when it was on Bournemouth Borough Council. I think that we should be doing all in our powers to notify our residents and keep them informed of all type of planning applications. As a councillor, one of my biggest workloads is dealing with planning applications, and quite frankly, I'm more than happy to have more residents come in and request my help in dealing with the planning application, because I think on the long run, it will keep our residents happy. And we are here, after all, not to serve ourselves, but to serve our residents. And I have no problem in serving them at all, so I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Having sat through this on ONS previously, then it comes as a surprise that it relaunches itself in this particular arena. I'll just support the portfolio holder in that there is a far more massive cost because of the situation with bringing the three towns together, which hasn't been seen. And I think it's beholden upon any local authority to be prudent, particularly in these times nationally, to not be spending money on stamps and administration, etc., to send out letters to properties which may or may not even be occupied by the same individuals that will be affected, or maybe rental properties, etc. And because it is not a statutory requirement by government, and because of COVID and because of the permitted build, I think the paper should be accepted as it's been presented, and we can move forward. I will be opposing the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Mark Howell, please.
Hello. Yeah, I just noticed that Councillor Green has said that he was first, and he was first in the queue as I looked down the RTSs, so I'm prepared to give way to him.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howell. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much, Councillor Howell. This is a question that's been vexing local authorities up and down the country for many, many years, certainly more than a decade. And I was involved, like others, in the discussion over in scrutiny when this came forward a year ago. But there have been two things which have changed over the course of that 12 months. The first is, of course, COVID, as has been mentioned by the proposer, Councillor Kelsey, and also by Councillor Brooks. And the second was that we were under the impression a year ago when we debated this, that the digital channel would have moved on sufficiently in that time to mean that the reliance on letters becomes less and less and less. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the evidence that that has taken place. And that's why I believe that we should put forward this amendment and it should be accepted. I see no problem in it being accepted as far as allowing the SCI to be adopted this evening, or for the Council to be recommending that this evening. I would like, though, just to go back onto the cost element. Paragraph 19 on page 79 does lay it out, and it does indeed talk about the cost or the potential saving in Christchurch and Poole of being between 80 and 100,000. But it then goes on to point out that the vast majority of that 80 to 100,000 would not actually be, sorry, it talks about the cost of doing it is the 80 to 100,000, but the actual saving of not doing it would only be in the region of 15 to 18,000 across Christchurch and Poole, because the vast majority of that 80 to 100,000 is officer time that would have to be spent anyway. So we are talking about a difference of 15 to 18,000 pounds in Christchurch and Poole. With the size of the authorities and the number of applications across Bournemouth versus Christchurch and Poole, it's likely to be, as Councillor Phipps points out, a double cost, but that cost should come out approximately 30,000 to our budget. And I feel that the opportunity to keep neighbouring properties involved and informed at these times, particularly with COVID going on, is a very important thing to do. And for that reason, for that cost, I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is interesting because the opposition were arguing the opposite way when this was last discussed, and I think Councillor Green actually just covered it slightly. We have this year done an application to advise people when the beaches are getting busy, and as I understood it, that technology was being investigated with regard to allowing people to subscribe to things happening in their area, so that issues like planning applications in my street would be something that people could subscribe to. I think it would be great to be far more proactive in interacting with the public and letting them know what's going on in their vicinity. I don't really want to go back to the 19th century in terms of it all being based on stamps. We've got to cope and deal with people who clearly are not on the internet and don't have the capability. but I wouldn't want to be going to the position of doing stamps for all. And part of that is also because the cost estimates were based before the permitted development issue, which the portfolio holder mentioned, which creates an unknown cost, and given permitted developments could escalate, could be quite a significant cost. So I think we have to be quite careful about suggesting that the costs are modest here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Mark Howell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, whatever the cost, and welcome the portfolio holder to clarify that there is going to be a cost, and that cost, even at about £30,000, it would be equivalent to the loss of one council officer. You know, we're very stretched as a council, and we have to make some difficult decisions. The opposition have a newfound enthusiasm for consultation, but if you look at the consultation results attached to this document, there are only 27 responses and only 3 requesting that notices should be kept. I mean, the opposition are normally very good at drumming up some support for their issues, and the fact that that's not represented in the consultation, I would suggest perhaps suggest that they're asleep on the job or being opportunistic at the moment. You know, the reality of being in control of a council is that you have to make difficult decisions like this, and at the moment it seems like the opposition is still trying to score points rather than take those difficult decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Tony O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be supporting the proposal, the motion, and I would add that COVID has changed the lives of many and the way they operate and live. They don't go out and walk the streets, many people, as they used to. They're accepting home deliveries. I've got many elderly and infirm residents and have recently dealt with 2 instances of elderly ladies who've learnt about new developments that were going to impact their lives by third parties. In both instances, they were quite traumatic. I managed to handle it, but I don't think people should be exposed to surprise. I think we have a democratic duty to look after our constituents, and I think we should communicate with them in all practical means. And if that means emails and letters, as well as councillor intervention, then so be it. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Rigby, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's a little bit strange sitting and listening to this when I've sat and listened to some of the opposition argue the complete opposite points in the overview and scrutiny meetings. However, I do agree with a little bit of what they've been saying with this, and particularly Councillor Kelsey, when he put forward this amendment, brought up the fact that some people are having difficulties leaving the home or not being able to because of COVID, and a number of councillors have also mentioned that. So what I'd like to do is propose an amendment to the amendments, if I may, and that would be to maintain the wording as it is, but just at the end of it, add during the time of COVID-19. And that'd be it.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Right. I've lost my connection. Am I?
You're still there.
We can all hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Right, members, I've lost my screen.
Chairman, if I may intervene, it's Councillor Kelsey. While you're trying to retrieve your screen.
I'm back again.
Okay, good.
Right. Yes, carry on, Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I would be quite happy to add that wording in that Councillor Rigby has just suggested as a part of the amendment. I'd also like to point out that there is actually a review planned yearly on this paper, which would obviously be very helpful as the circumstances stand at the moment.
So I would leave it to you and Councillor Rigby if he wants to carry on with the amendment to my amendment, or if he would be happy if I added those wordings onto the amendment I've already made, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. It would certainly help proceedings move on, Councillor Rigby, if you're happy for your words to be included in the original amendment as proposed by Councillor Kelsey.
Yeah, very much so, Chair. I'd be happy with that.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Councillor Rigby. Right, I just want to check on the
Chairman, I had an RTS in before Councillor Kelsey.
Yeah, please bear with me, members. The RTS conversation panel is going up very quickly this evening, and I'm struggling to ensure that each member is given a chance to speak. So, Councillors and Stribley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me put my video up as well. I can see the point of this, and I was going to be very against this amendment to the amendment, but actually, as COVID is likely to be with us for the next 100 years, the same as the common cold, and I can't think beyond 100 years. I couldn't even get halfway to that, unfortunately. I can live with the amendment, but I think it's a little bit pointless. I have strong objection to all the references to opposition. All councillors are elected to serve their residents. We are all elected to look at the best for the conurbation, the best for our council, and we are all elected to challenge all proposals, and then when they finally become council policy, to support them. And I find it quite offensive to be called by Councillors Hadley and Howell in quick succession, and Councillor Rigby adding on, that we are opposition. We are by a long way the very largest party on this council. But if Councillor Kelsey is content with the amendment to his amendment, then I will continue to second.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. My thanks to Councillor Rigby for assisting with this amendment. Just to confirm, Councillor Mike Green has posted a comment in the conversation panel. Can I just confirm with Councillor Kelsey that you are happy with the proposal from Councillor Rigby to include the COVID-19?
Chairman, I am indeed. I would be happy for the wording that he suggested to go on the end of the amendment that I made originally. I would be more than happy with that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. In which case, I'd like to put the amendment to the vote. If members could just bear with me. Right, I think it might be beneficial to go straight to a count of the vote rather than ask if there's any dissension, because I feel that
Mr. Chairman, I really don't like butting in, especially when you're in full flow, but I'm rather uncertain now whether we've got a substantive, we have an amendment to the substantive, we seem to have an amendment to the amendment. So I haven't heard any summing up, and I was just wondering where we were with that, and I'd also like the wording clearly stated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My understanding, Councillor Butt, is that Councillor Kelsey accepted the words from Councillor Rigby to be added to his amendment. So that basically negated the second amendment. So those words have been added to the original amendment. And so we've been debating that amendment. And I'm now going to go to the vote on that amendment and then go to the substantive motion after that.
I'm grateful for your clarity, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Chief Executive, can I ask you to conduct a vote, please, for the amendment as proposed by Councillor Kelsey?
Thank you, Chairman. So just to be clear, we're voting on the amendment proposed by Councillor Kelsey. So if members could say whether they are for that amendment or against or wish to abstain, those are the three options. So Councillor Hazel Allen.
For.
Councillor Lewis Allison.
For.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
For.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
For.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
For.
Steve Barron.
For.
Stephen Bartlett.
For.
John Beasley.
For.
Derek Borthwick.
Come on, Derek.
Sorry, mate. For. Sorry.
Philip Broadhead.
For.
Mike Brooke.
For.
Nigel Brooks.
For.
David Brown.
Abstain.
Simon Bull.
For.
Chairman, I'm just wondering whether it might be easier just to ask how many people are abstain? Or do you want me to carry on? At the moment, we have 14 in favour and 1 abstention.
Okay. Members wishing to vote against the amendment, could you please show in the conversation panel, please?
If there's more than 2 or 3, then I'll continue with the vote. If that's easier. Okay, yeah. I'll continue with the vote, Chairman. It's probably easier.
Thank you, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Councillor Richard Burton.
Abstain.
Diana Butler.
For.
Daniel Butt.
For.
Judy Butt.
For.
Eddie Coop.
For.
Mike Cox.
For.
Malcolm Davies.
For.
Norman Decent.
For.
Leslie Dedman.
Abstain.
Brian Dion.
For.
Bobby Dove.
For.
Beverly Dunlop.
For.
Millie Earle.
Abstain.
Jackie Edwards.
For.
LJ Evans.
Abstain.
George Farquhar.
Against.
Dwayne Farr.
For.
Lawrence Fear.
For.
Anne Filer.
For.
David Flagg.
For.
Nick Geary.
For.
Mike Green.
For.
Nicola Green.
For.
Andy Hadley.
Abstain.
May Haynes.
For.
Peter Hall.
For.
Now we got it.
For.
Nigel Hedges.
For.
Paul Hilliard.
For.
Mark Howell.
Abstain.
Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Cheryl Johnson.
For.
Toby Johnson.
Abstain.
Andy Jones.
For.
Jane Kelly.
For.
David Kelsey.
For.
Bob Lawton.
For.
Marion Lepedvin.
Abstain.
Lisa Lewis.
Abstain.
Rachel Maidment.
Abstain.
Chris Matthews.
For.
Simon McCormack.
Abstain.
Drew Mellor.
For.
Pete Miles.
Abstain.
Sandra Moore.
Abstain.
Lisa Northover.
Abstain.
Tony O'Neill.
For.
Susan Phillips.
For.
Margaret Phipps.
Abstain.
Karen Rampton.
For.
Felicity Rice.
Abstain.
Chris Rigby.
For.
Mark Robson.
Abstain.
Roberto Rocco.
For.
Vicky Slade.
Abstain.
Anne Stribley.
For.
Tony Trent.
For.
So I can just confirm, Tony Trent, that was 4.
Yep, that was 4.
Thank you. Mike White,
4.
Lawrence Williams,
4.
and Kieran Wilson.
4.
Thank you, members. Concludes the vote. Mr. Chairman, I shall bring the vote over.
Mr. Chairman, might I speak, please?
Members, I have the result of the vote for the amendment as proposed by Councillor Kelsey, and that is 54 for, 1 against, and 19 abstentions. Thank you. So the amendment is carried. I would now like to move on to the substantive motion, which is the minute 204, the adoption of the statement of community involvement, recommended that the revised statement of community involvement, Appendix 1, and recommends adoption by full council, including the amendment has just been agreed by council. Item B, prior to the publication of the SCI authority, be delegated to the Director of Growth and Infrastructure in liaison with the portfolio holder for strategic planning to make any further minor textual changes, and a review of the statement of community involvement be undertaken within the year of adoption to assess and monitor its effectiveness. This has been proposed and seconded by Councillor Phipps and Councillor Howell. Are there any members wishing to speak on the substantive motion, please?
Chairman, if I may, I need to interrupt you. I apologise for this. The count figures that you gave for the previous motion, Chairman, are not correct. You stated there were 54 for, 2 against, 19 abstentions. That makes 75 people voting. As there are only 74 councillors in this room, that cannot be correct.
Was only 1 against, David?
I heard 1 against.
Just bear with me, members.
I heard 1.
Yeah, it was 1 against, not 2.
Members, I've just had a quick conversation with the Chief Executive, and the result of the amendment is as follows: 54 for, 1 against, and 19 abstentions.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Once again, can I ask members, is there any members wishing to speak on minute 204? Councillor Nigel Brooks, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Judy Butt. Sorry, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Judy Butt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a bit of a leftover, and Councillor Kelsey has covered that expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nigel Brooks, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the paper, and under the heading, which is headed 3, Development Management Planning Applications on page 101, could please the portfolio holder confirm how parish councils are going to be notified of planning applications? I don't see in the schedule that parish councils are mentioned. Could I have a clarification, please?
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Phipps, please.
Yeah, just putting my video on and just looking at the document. They are notified, definitely, and they're in the lists, I believe, on page 110, I think. Just scrolling down to because you've got Appendix 2, list of specific consultation bodies. Oh, there they are. BCP, Town and Parish Councils. It's actually on page 109, Appendix 2, list of specific consultation bodies. And there they are. Okay, thank you. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Sorry, can you just be a bit more specific? I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, it's on page 109 of the papers.
And
it actually says at the top there, under the heading, BCP Town and Parish Councils are specific consultation bodies as per the Town and Country Planning, as per the Act, statutory consultees.
Thank you, Margaret. I have just now seen it. That's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Vicky Slade, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask the portfolio holder if she could feed back to the officers that the flowchart on page 103 would be a really useful thing to have on the front page of the website, with an addition between the blue box about between the yellow box publicising the application and the blue box around officer assessment, which actually has an arrow feeding in with the public and ward councillors. It's incredibly difficult for many members of the public to understand the planning process, and it's extremely wordy on the website. Something as straightforward as this would really help our residents to understand, and if you are able to feed that back, I think it would be very valuable for many people to be able to see in a single page how the planning process works.
Councillor
Yes,
Phipps.
I'm sorry, happy to do that, Councillor Slade. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Any other councillors wishing to speak on this item? In which case, I will go to the vote. Are there any members wishing to vote against minute 204? Thank you very much, members. We'll take that. Any members wishing to abstain? In which case I will take that as a unanimous vote for. Thank you. Moving on then to item 6C, minute number 207, housing scheme at the Cabbage Patch, St Stephen's Road. Can I call on Councillor Wilson, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This report is for the Cabbage Patch St Stephen's Road development. The site is currently a car park for council staff in the general fund, which has been deemed surplus to requirements. It will provide 11 apartments to be let at social rent, comprising of 7 one-bedroom and 4 two-beds. It will be built to pacifist standards, which is in line with our declaration of declaring a climate and ecological emergency, but it will also significantly reduce tenants' fuel bills. The scheme utilises £600,000 of right to buy receipts, which, if not spent within 3 years, will go back to government. But more importantly, it's going to provide 11 new homes. This went through overview and scrutiny, and most of the members were supportive. So I'm really happy to bring forward with the recommendations as set out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I understand you have a seconder in Councillor Howell. Councillor Howell, please.
Yes, thank you. For some reason, my video is not working currently, but yeah, I second this. I retain the right to speak later if necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Are there any members wishing to speak on minute 207, please? So, Councillor Lawton.
Turn your microphones down. Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to say how I wholeheartedly support this scheme as the previous portfolio for housing. I'm extremely welcome the scheme. I welcome the diversity in the rental apartments. And I think it's a super scheme, and well done to the officers and to Kieran Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Any further speakers, please? in which case I will move to the vote. Are there any members wishing to vote against minute 207? Or indeed any abstentions? Thank you, members. I'll take that as a unanimous vote. Thank you. Moving on then to minute number 208, the Youth Justice Plan. I'd like to call on Councillor Sandra Moore, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Youth Justice Plan is a statutory report and the service is Pan Dorset. The plan provides information on the performance of the Dorset Combined Youth Offending Service for the period of 12 months up until September 2019, as well as the priorities for this year. I need to mention that the production of the plan this year was delayed by the COVID-19 lockdown. So actions to support the priorities in the plan are, of course, already way underway. I welcome the latest results in the Youth Justice Plan, as one of the priorities for this council is to offer the best support to our young people to help prevent and reduce the number who commit offences locally. The plan helps us to identify and fully understand the issues so that we can work with our young people and support them as effectively as possible. The report went to Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee on the 30th of June. The committee supported the plan and recommendations included an update on KPI performance in 6 months. The plan has been endorsed by Cabinet and also by Dorset Council. I ask for this council to also approve the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore, and I understand you have a seconder in Councillor Leslie Dedman. Councillor Dedman?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Happy to second.
Thank you very much. I have a request to speak from Councillor Tony Trent.
Thank you, Chair. Early stage of this debate, I was at a Police and Crime Commissioners panel, and one bit of very important information was brought up, and I really need to make sure people are aware of this when considering the Youth Justice Plan. And it's something that we can do to help reduce reoffending. And that is that in areas where there are youth facilities, the overall level of youth crime is lower. And I really think that needs to go on record. If we provide diversionary activities for young people, then you do get less crime per head population. And I do think that's a very important thing to consider when you're looking at youth justice and youth offending. And just really want that on record.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Mike White, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Very simply, I'm very pleased to see some improvement in our key indicators and very happy to support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Vicky Slade, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to speak about the importance of youth services throughout BCP, which I think we've done a great job in maintaining and retaining. The complex safeguarding team, which came in to play earlier on within the period of the pandemic, I hope will also enable us to keep more children out of the youth the justice system. But I just wonder whether we should really reflect, where the additional funding is coming from. If you look at the page 11 of the Youth Justice Plan on page 183, we have continued to invest more in this scheme, whilst others have reduced their contributions. I do ask the portfolio holder to continue to lobby with partners about the importance of everybody supporting these young people. The clinical commissioning group who are providing 0.8 of a psychologist, even an uplift to one whole psychologist would make all the difference to some of these young people. And obviously the contribution from the police is changing and being funded in a different way. So I would encourage all of our partners to take this seriously. If we don't get the youth justice agenda right, we're blighting the lives of our future citizens and potentially, removing their life chances. So it's really important to me that we take this extremely seriously, and I commend the report.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Diana Butler, please.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Yes, this plan is really good. I was very pleased to see it. The only thing that I would add is the amount of time and funding for the speech and language therapist. It's quoted as for 6 months, but if this could be ongoing, it would be even better, because therapists are in short supply, and this is said to help a lot of young people who've got problems. So that would be great if that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Did you want to add anything to that, Councillor Moore, at all?
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, well, I totally support my colleagues and thank them for their support. Personally, I have always supported and valued youth work, and I recognise its importance in the lives of our young people. And where Councillor Butler has just mentioned the speech and language, this is something that this Youth Offending Board have actually developed themselves. They recognise the need, and it is paying dividends, and now it is being replicated across the country. So, we did lead it first, and I'm really proud of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. I have no further members indicating to speak, so I will now go to the vote. Can I ask if there are any against or members wishing to abstain from the vote? Thank you, members, and once again, I will take the consensus as a unanimous vote for the proposal. Thank you. Moving on then to item 6E. This recommendation from the Council at the Cabinet meeting held on the 9th of September on the disposal of the Broadwater site, Wick Lane, Bournemouth. Members, this is an exempt item, and can I ask if any councillor wishes to speak on this item at all? I have no indication. Therefore, can I call upon Councillor Slade, please, to propose the motion?
Yes, Councillor Flagg. The members will have had the papers in the exempt papers. I'm not quite sure what exactly you would like me to say, bearing in mind that it is exempt papers. If nobody's wishing to speak on it, then I will just move that we adopt the paper as indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade, and I understand you have a seconder in Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown?
Yes, Chairman, I'm happy to second that paper.
Thank you very much. I will now move to the vote. Members, if there is any members wishing to vote against or abstain from the recommendation from Cabinet, could you please make me aware in the conversation panel? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, I have one against. Councillor Butler has voted against. And I'll take it by consensus that all other members are happy to vote for the proposal. Thank you. Moving on then, members, to item 7 on this evening's agenda, decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the urgency powers. Chief Executive, did you wish to say anything at all?
Nothing particular to introduce the reports, Chairman. There were two appointments done at short notice, so I'll just set them before the Council.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Are members happy to ratify these decisions? I'm happy to propose from the Chair and look for a seconder.
Councillor
please.
Flagg. Councillor Flagg, may I speak?
Yes, please.
Yes, I just wanted to speak and pay tribute to Anne Brown, who was our interim monitoring officer, who her being taken unwell has meant that the Chief Executive has needed to appoint an interim monitoring officer in Sean Ballingall, who was the deputy monitoring officer. So I just wanted to pay tribute and say thank you to Anne, and that we wish her that she gets well very soon. It does look like she won't be returning to us at all before the permanent appointment starts in October. And I just wanted also to welcome formally the new interim director of children's services, Elaine Redding, who has already got off to a flying start and made a really great impression. I was really thrilled to be at their away day last week and see her innovative style in leading that department. So I just wanted to welcome her formally.
Thank you, Councillor Slade, and I'm sure that all members will support you in those kind words. As I said, I'm happy to propose from the Chair. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. If members wishing to abstain or vote against the proposal, could you please show in the conversation panel? Members, I'll take that vote as unanimous. I've lost connection, so I cannot vote. I quite enjoyed that little remark, Councillor Howe. Okay, it's been noted by the Chief Executive. Thank you very much. Moving on then to agenda item 8, the Local Outbreak Management Plan, Delegated Powers. Can I call upon Councillor Slade, please?
Thank you, Chairman. This paper is relating to the delegated powers for the Chief Executive under the Local Outbreak Management Plan. I was really delighted that so many councillors were able to make the session that we held yesterday that went through the local outbreak management plan, explaining how things would escalate in the event of an increase in cases in the local area. The local outbreak management plan does give specific powers to the Chief Executive, as advised by the Director of Public Health, relating to things like closure of premises, and this paper does detail exactly what they are and on what basis they would be undertaken. Whilst we're on this paper, I wanted to give members and members of the public the reassurance that the current difficulties that are being faced at the testing sites, in particular for us, the Creekmore testing sites, have been noted. I have written to Baroness Dido Harding as the head of the Test and Trace, to the Secretary of State. I have copied all of our members of Parliament and the Director of Public Health about not only the issues that local people are having in obtaining tests, but also other operational issues that I've been raising complaints on for some time. It's absolutely crucial that the public have confidence in the ability to get a test and able to follow the instructions that public health are giving us, and I think it's absolutely crucial that the government really do bring this into line very quickly. So the paper itself relates to the Chief Exec's powers, but the whole of the local outbreak management plan was adopted at the end of July, in the Health and Wellbeing Board in July, and then adopted at Council. And I commend the paper, and if there's any questions, I'm very happy to take them.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. I understand you have a seconder in Councillor Dedman. Councillor Dedman, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Very happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. I have a request to speak from Councillor Judy Butt. Judy Butt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you, Madam Leader, for your report with regard to this and your points of mention with regard to the Dorset Regional Testing Centre, which is situated in Creekmore, were well taken. However, I did attend the training. It was very good, but it was extremely short and rather late. My concern is, and the concern of others perhaps, that whether we are in danger of agreeing these decisions in a bubble. If the actual process of accessing a test in our local Dorset Regional Centre, which, as I've mentioned, is based in Creekmore, is impossible to access. We have been told that the power will rest with the Chief Executive. The Chief Executive has struggled to gain any responses whatsoever from Public Health England. So I have concerns there that if the power rests with the Chief Executive, how in fact will he deal with anything if Public Health England are not responding to his many approaches, and those approaches of yours, Madam Leader, that we have heard today. We have documented evidence of horror stories, no tests available in Creekmore, desperate people with sick children and elderly parents who are being sent to Scotland, Wales, the North, anywhere but the local testing centre. We're told in defence of this that it's laboratory capacity, but Creekmore sends their tests to the same labs as Bristol, Isle of Wight and Devon, which makes a nonsense of this, I'm afraid, an excuse. We're told at item 26 of this report that the risk of increase of infections is high, so there is urgent need for the fly to very much be removed from the ointment. Now, we have heard about all the endeavours that the Chief Executive and the Leader have taken on board. However, it's not working. So I propose whether we could have, perhaps it might shift it in the right direction, a virtual delegation from this council to be sent to government with regards to the Dorset Regional Testing Centre in Creekmore. It's not working, the process and the protocol aren't working, and we don't want it thought about so it might work at some stage. We want it to work quickly and now. We don't want any deaths in Dorset as a result of this anomalous situations and these obvious failings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Slade, did you want to just respond to that?
I just want to clarify, this paper is giving the power to 1, close premises, should there be a need to, 2, prohibit events from taking place, and 3, restrict access to premises. Those are the powers that are being delegated to the Chief Executive under the local outbreak management plan that has already been adopted. The issues surrounding the Creekmore Centre are absolutely taken on. And when you talk about excuses, the excuses were being given by Preeti Patel this morning, who was blaming local management. This is happening all over the country. It is an utter disgrace. The government are letting down local authorities all over the country and telling us that it's because they're reserving their tests for areas where there are increasing numbers of cases. That is irrelevant. We have no idea what our case numbers are because nobody can get a test. It's utterly unacceptable that the government are blaming local authorities for this when it is a government scheme. The council has no involvement, none at all, with this centre. We simply give them the land on which they operate. We have no management of it and we have no ability to go in there and do anything with it. I completely empathise, and my inbox has been full with trying to explain to people that actually we have no control. So it's not about sending a delegation, it's about the government getting a grip and actually providing the people with the services that the people actually need. So I'm completely with you on that, Councillor, but I think to say that it's an excuse by the council is incredibly unfair. This lands fairly and squarely at the door of Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Councillor Slade.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I just wanted to correct the Leader. If she believed that I was saying that the council was at fault, I certainly was not saying the council was at fault. I am perfectly aware that this sits squarely in Public Health England, whom the government have contracted to deliver for the people of this country. The government have put forward a process and a protocol. They have handed that to Public Health England. It is Public Health England as a body and incorporated system that has failed us. It is not this council. My concern is that if the chief executive has powers with regard to the dealings within the local outbreak management plan, but he is unable to contact and encourage the Public Health England to actually do their job. I'm concerned with regard to his ability to do this, as he has had no responses from them. But, Madam Leader, I certainly was not putting this at the basis of the council whatsoever. I put it wholly and heartily at the feet of Public Health England, who are the contractees to deliver this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt.
Mr. Chair, can I just thank Councillor Butt for clarifying that, and apologies if I misunderstood you, Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Councillor
Madam Leader.
Can we move on to Councillor Karen Rampton, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to congratulate the officers who were responsible for this plan. I do think it's a good plan. Members had a very good presentation from the Director of Public Health, and although not reflected in this paper before us, I was very pleased to see in the presentation he gave that there is a role for elected members and using ward members' knowledge and insight. And I think that's really important, and that's really quite refreshing to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Councillor Tony Trent.
Yes, Chair. Unfortunately, technical reasons prevented me from actually accessing most of the meeting yesterday. But that aside, one point I want to make, because you hear it quite regularly, people thinking, oh, it's all a storm in a teacup, the COVID-19. And I know that locally we've got comparatively few tests, but when positive cases, but when I look at the figures in the Echo, published on a fairly regular basis about how many cases there were in a given week, what I actually notice is that they are usually more than where my son and grandchildren are living, which is Auckland in New Zealand. They went on partial lockdown for the number of cases that we have in a quiet week. And so if people think that this is something which is a scare story and they shouldn't be taking precautions or being careful, then I really think that they should realise that some places people are on lockdown with this level of cases. And so I really hope that people respect that there is a problem and that they need to be careful. And we don't want to be up there with the Birminghams and the Boltons and so on. You know, we want to keep the figures down. And I think that is beholden on our residents playing it careful and playing it safe and not having large barbecues and other such things that start getting a large number of people in one space. So I just really wanted to make that point, because I think it's actually important not to underestimate that our low number of cases is still a high number of cases in some people's eyes.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. I don't believe I have any more members wishing to speak. Therefore, I'd like to move to the vote. Are there any members wishing to vote against the recommendation or abstain against the recommendation? Could you please show in the conversation bar? Thank you, members. By consensus, we will record that as a unanimous decision. Moving forward then to agenda item 9, review of the political balance of the council and the allocation of seats on committees. Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this report obviously has come forward because of the tragic passing of Councillor Pete Parish, which has amended the political balance. You'll see in Table 1 that there are 2 vacancies showing, whilst we are still not legally allowed to restore the democratic deficit under the Coronavirus Act. This does reduce the entitlement of seats for the Liberal Democrat group, and in Table 2 you will see that we've adjusted the number of seats downwards for the Lib Dems by 1 from 19 to 18 and the Conservatives up from 46 to 47. The proposal is that we need to replace Councillor Parish on the licensing committee, and so we've removed a member from the planning committee to do that. The list of the members on Table 3 shows where there are members on different committees, and I would just like to draw members' attention to a new committee, the Investigation and Disciplinary Committee, which is a committee under the Constitution which is there to deal with complaints against the statutory officers. That is the Chief Executive, the Monitoring Officer, so that's the Chief Legal Officer, and the Section 151 Officer, which is the Chief Finance Officer. By default, the leader of the council is on that committee, which is why my name is there, plus 1 member of the cabinet, which is why we have to be decided number one from Poor People and the Alliance for Local Living or Christchurch Independence, and the remaining political balance is to be spread between the Conservatives and the non-aligned. I did approach the members of the non-aligned members of the council to see whether there was an expression of interest in that. I have had 1 person come back to ask what it involves, but as yet no volunteers. So we need to resolve who is going to sit on that, although I hope it is never required to use it. So I commend the paper based upon the current political balance. Clearly this will change again once we are able to restore those 2 vacant seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Could you just confirm for members that the Investigation and Disciplinary Committee, the second box where it says your name, that is actually the leader of the council?
It is.
Members are fully aware that it's the.
That is the only reason my name is in that box, because at the time of preparing this paper, I am the leader of the council, and that place it is not a Lib Dem place. It has to go to the leader of the council.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I understand you have a seconder in Councillor Howe.
Yes, happy to second.
Thank you very much. Any members wishing to speak, please? If there's no members wishing to speak, I will move to the vote. Members wishing to abstain or vote against, could you please show in the conversation panel, please?
Sorry, David, I've lost my power and I've just picked up your those who are qualified to vote. For the last couple of minutes, I lost the power again. I've lost it 3 times in this exercise, so I don't know what we're voting on.
You're back with us now, Councillor Borthwick, yes?
Yeah.
So yeah. We're actually on agenda item 9, which is the review of the political balance of the council and the allocation of seats on the committees, which is shown in the report, which is distributed with the agenda, Councillor Borthwick.
Okay, that's just regular transaction of business.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you very much. So can I just reconfirm, are there any members wishing to vote against or abstain from agenda item 9? Please show in the conversation panel. Thank you, members, and by consensus I will record that. We will record that as a unanimous decision. Moving on then, members, to agenda item 10. Just bear with me, members, I've lost my agenda paper a minute. Okay, so agenda item 10, review of the Article 15 COVID-19 interim decision-making arrangements. Councillor Slade.
I think it's me again. Thank you very much, Chair. So this paper is an update on the interim decision-making arrangements. As you will know, we have adopted virtual meetings as the way that we are able to fulfil the decision-making arrangements in the democratic process. Despite what it's actually brought in terms of some unexpected consequences, we have been able to maintain a full programme of committees in the early months following the lockdown and the COVID-19 restrictions coming in. We did reduce some of our committees so that non-statutory ones were able to be rolled into the Overview and Scrutiny Board. And into Cabinet and Council. As of July, we have been able to maintain a full programme of committees, and everything is back running with all members able to engage using new electronic equipment, and the public are able to engage through the powers of YouTube, Facebook, and obviously other electronic means. This paper seeks to plan how we move forward over the next period of time about whether we return back to live meetings, maintain the status quo and continue with virtual meetings, or adopt a hybrid approach. We have looked carefully at what is practical and permissible. Clearly, on-premise meetings would breach the National Public Health Guidance, not only because the number of people possible to attend within our buildings we would not be able to fit everybody into our buildings, but actually we do still have a number of councillors and staff members who would be deemed vulnerable, and we would not want to put them or members of the public at any health risk. We have managed to fulfil all of our duties using the electronic systems. And whilst it is unfortunate that we're not able to enable public interaction as fully as we would normally do so, we have also received a lot of praise from the public about the fact that many of them are able to engage more fully with us than they would have done if they'd had to travel to a meeting site. The alternative of having the adoption of hybrid style meetings has also been considered. We do know that some people are feeling the desire to return to a committee space. The difficulty with that, with our current offices that are available, is that the coordination of the electronic systems that we use and the systems that are available in the rooms that we could use for such meetings are not compatible with each other. And it would mean that anyone in a shared meeting space would still be required to use their laptop and headphones as they are at the moment. And so at the moment it seems sensible to continue with virtual meetings. The Town Hall accommodation project is making good progress, and once we are able to convene the group that is looking at the civic and meeting space, and I would just put a call out for members to put themselves forward for that group. Once that has concluded its work, we can then look to fit out some spaces with the appropriate kit. So I commend this paper to continue for the foreseeable future with the current remote meeting arrangements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Slade, and I understand you have secondary Councillor Howell. Councillor Howell?
Yes. Yeah, I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. I have a request to speak from Councillor Hadley. Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think actually it's a real something to celebrate for this council, because we were very early to do this, to actually put our our business back online and get the meetings going again. And it's a tribute to the officers and democratic services, but also to you, Chair, in terms of facilitating such a large meeting, because it's actually quite difficult with so many people, and as we know, we are still struggling sometimes with the technology. I'm very pleased to see under 8.4 in the paper the introduction of other parties that has been successfully used in the Overview and Scrutiny Board, and I think that's very helpful. I think, as the leader has said, it would be great if we could have members of the public able to address the meetings, but I think that's probably stretching our capabilities right now too far. But I think it is something we should support, and I think it's great to carry on as we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. If there are no further speakers, members, it's been recommended. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, my only worry with this is that under 1.1 on the introduction, and the actual length of the time span for interim decision making, if we're saying it's until the 7th of May 21, that's going to be about a year since we've had COVID, or more than that. And I feel that a lot of people will be suffering quite badly by being sort of isolated and doing everything virtually. What we had in the previous text, which has been struck through, was we had a date that we were going to review it by. I'm wondering whether maybe we could have another date for reviewing earlier than May 2021.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I think the item says that the article shall apply until the 7th of May 2021, or such earlier time as the council shall consider is necessary. So my understanding of that is if things should improve, then I'm sure the council would look at that prior to May the 7th. Councillor Butler?
Yeah, I was just a bit worried that if you haven't got a specified date, things can go on and maybe be, forgotten about. So it is nice to have a rough date to work to.
Okay, well, the date at the moment is the 7th of May 2021. Councillor Slade.
Yeah, just for clarity, the reason for the 7th of May 2021 is that is the date at which the COVID regulations are due to be reviewed. We are prevented from having by-elections prior to that time, and the regulations permitting virtual meetings would need to be reviewed by government at that point if we were in a position. Whilst there's nothing to stop us from reviewing it in the meantime, it's not that many cycles of the council, and the chances of us being in any position to bring meetings back into a physical space in the meantime, there won't have been enough work done on the civic spaces within the town halls to facilitate. There are 86 participants in this meeting. 86 participants in a council chamber would be a physical impossibility if there are any restrictions whatsoever. And if Councillor Stribley is correct in suggesting that we have COVID with us for 100 years, until the government remove all restrictions, and it does look very likely that we will have issues throughout the whole of this winter, I think suggesting anything prior to May of next year would be raising people's hopes quite early.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Slade. Councillor Tony Trent, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm one of those people who are absolutely desperate to get back to some kind of normality. I miss proper meetings, I miss proper interaction, but I kind of accept that there is no way that you could hold meetings, especially with the rule of 6, anywhere. It's it would be really difficult. And to be quite frank with you, I'd be really surprised if we see the back of this COVID-19 much before the middle of next summer, if not later. So I think that we need to accept that this is where we are for the time being, but make sure that that it works in the best possible way, and that if we can find a way of engaging people, such as being able to make statements at planning committees or reviving tag and statements at tag, then I think we should. But we are where we are, and I think we're stuck where we are for quite a while.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. I have no further members wishing to speak. It has been proposed and seconded as set out on agenda item 10. It's recommended that revised Article 15 COVID-19 interim decision-making arrangements as set out in Appendix 1 to the report be approved. So can I ask members, if there's any members wishing to vote against or abstain, could you please show in the conversation panel? Thank you very much. We will record that as a unanimous decision by members. Thank you very much. Agenda item 11, report under Section 5 of the Local Government and Housing Act 1989. Could I call upon the Chief Executive, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Just to confirm to councillors that I'm introducing this report effectively on behalf of Anne Brown, the monitoring officer who, as you heard earlier, has left us due to illness. As the leader said, I'd also like to thank her for her support and efforts during her time with the council. She was with us a short time, but I think she made a real impact. And to be frank, I don't think it's fair to ask Sean Bellingall in her first effective week or two as monitoring officer to introduce an item which was actually prepared by her predecessor. All councils have a legal duty to publish a draft annual governance statement alongside the statement of accounts. And since April 2015, that requirement has been in place, including for public consultation. And that annual governance statement sets out our assessment of the key governance issues faced and the process for identifying those issues. Last year, we carried forward the accounting practices, the end of year practices from the preceding councils. And in carrying those practices forward, we omitted to fulfil the specific legal duty of publishing the draft annual governance statement for Bournemouth Borough Council. We've recognised that it was actually brought to our attention by a vigilant member of the public, and I guess I would like to thank him for bringing it forward, bringing it to our attention. We have now remedied that issue for the future. We've changed our practices, and in accordance with the legislation, we actually published our draft annual governance statement for the 1920 financial year. We published that from the 3rd of August 2020 to the 14th of September, so yesterday, in accordance with those regulations. The monitoring officer has a legal duty to draw a breach of law to the council's attention, and that's why this report has been presented to the full council. So I think we're asking councillors to note the breach, but we believe there's no further action as we have now amended our procedures, and we will correct that error going forward. So we're asking that the council note the report, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Members, just to confirm, the report is for noting, and I shall therefore propose from the chair and seek a seconder. Do I have a seconder?
Happy to second, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor, we didn't see who that was.
Councillor Hadley, happy to second you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Members wishing to speak, Councillor Stephen Bartlett, please.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Mr. Gateswell, who's a resident in my ward, for bringing this issue to Council. This was not necessarily a minor error by the Council. As Mr. Gateswell has consistently pointed out, it was we did actually break the law. And it's taken Mr. Gatrell a huge amount of effort to point this out to the council for them to eventually respond. And I'm delighted that we have now recognised this and we've put matters straight. But I would just like to put on record my sincere thanks to Mr. Gatrell for the huge effort that he's put in to pointing this out to the council and making sure we have our procedures correct. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Any further speakers? Councillor Mike Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to echo what Councillor Bartlett has said in terms of the thanks to the resident. I am very concerned about this. You could almost argue that we broke the law in a limited and specific way. Now, as you can see in other circumstances, this is not necessarily a good thing. And I am very concerned at the way the council reacted when it first got to hear about this. I felt that the council was actually coming together to try and ignore the situation, and therefore I think we do need to be a bit more robust when people come forward with accusations of this sort. And that's all I want to say to it. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Are there any further speakers on this item, please? In which case, members, it has been proposed and seconded. And can I ask members who wish to vote against or abstain, could they please show in the conversation panel? Thank you very much, members. Once again, we'll take that as a unanimous decision. Thank you. Members, I'm conscious of the time, and I've been advised that council meetings should take a break after 2 hours, and we're more or less coming up to the 2 hours. So what I'm going to suggest is we break for 5 minutes, and I do apologise, Councillor Mellor, because it's obviously you're sat there waiting to speak, but I think it only right that we should have a 5-minute break. So we'll come back at 9:05. Thank you, members. Welcome back, members. Agenda item 12. Notice of motions in accordance with the procedure 12 and 14.2, vote of no confidence. Can I call upon Councillor Mellor, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. If a week is a long time in politics, then a summer is an age. We've been here before, and our fears of what would come to pass have sadly been confounded by the Unity Alliance. They've lurched within 24 hours from one crisis to another U-turn. We cannot afford, our residents cannot afford, more of this leadership. I'm sure we will hear a lot tonight from the administration about what it is believed this motion is about. I'll start by being clear about what it is not about. It's not about a government travel scheme. There are many excellent initiatives in that programme that councillors across the conurbation would be proud to support. It is about knowing about these schemes for months and still attempting to formally gag elected members from any consultation with our constituents. That is frankly incredible from an administration that is set out to be transparent. I'm on record as saying this is the least transparent administration I've ever known, and my opinion has not changed on that. We cannot build knee-jerk policy with only a lens on extreme viewpoints. That approach has failed us. It is not about an inability to hold sadly required by-elections. The Alliance have suffered further resignations from strong independent members who can no longer support, and I quote, a catalogue of catastrophic policy decisions. And with 34 members, the Alliance are now 5 members away from a majority, with any remaining support from unaligned members in tatters following repeated failures. It is not about a Conservative grab for power. It is about being entirely consistent, in my view, that this council needs a stable administration that can last until 2023. The only way that can be guaranteed is if we work together, cross-party. I've repeated that message and I repeat it again now. It is the Conservative ambition to form an administration working with all councillors, and I implore members to be brave enough to work with us as we look to form a stable administration that actively involves all members. What this motion is about is this alliance as a hapless administration who have failed all residents. Although the named person on the vote of no confidence is the leader of the alliance, it is the alliance itself, jointly and severally, who have failed, and therefore all ward councillors, as representatives of their residents, in supporting this regrettable but necessary vote of no confidence, are providing the opportunity for all ward members, regardless of their politics or none, across BCP to remove this alliance and then together seek a viable and accountable way forward. Positive change is demanded by our residents across the conurbation. Positive change must happen, and we stand before you ready to deliver it. I can commend this motion to the Council Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. And I understand you have a seconder in Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to second the motion, and I reserve my right to speak later on in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I will now call upon other members who wish to speak on the motion. Assuming the leader wishes to speak on this motion, I intend to call her or to do so just before Councillor Mellor his right to reply and summing up, unless she indicates during the debate that she would wish to speak before that. Okay, so members wishing to speak. I have Councillor Andy Hadley, please.
Thank you. We're still in the grips of the global pandemic. This has hugely impacted the residents, businesses and visitors to the BCP area and the working of this council. Since the outbreak, the council has been operating in a major incident mode, with the corporate incident management team, senior officers, making many of the decisions and changing services in urgent response to government directives under a command and control mode. Our leader has worked very hard to keep our members and the public up to date with this progress, both with her weekly email summaries to all members and also with her Facebook Live sessions, where she's faced whatever questions the public wish to raise. In my transport role, consultation is at the heart of the £87 million Transforming Travel grant that we won, and the consultation software is due for imminent launch. But the Emergency Active Travel Initiative was passed to us as an urgent challenge by government at the beginning of May because of concerns about public transport capacity. The day after the Secretary of State's announcement, I wrote to all councillors across the BCP area for ideas to better provide space for walking and cycling, and I got Widen My Path promoted as an interim tool across BCP expressly to gather ideas from the public. We had to submit our Tranche 1 schemes to DFT in just 7 days, and the list of schemes was made available to all councillors and the press on the 3rd of July. To claim that we worked in secret or ignored comments and suggestions is just wholly inaccurate. We have listened and responded to members, and I'm grateful to those who worked with us and our officers to understand the rationale and to refine the schemes. We have also tried to balance the objections and the messages of support even ahead of the planned consultation period. We therefore shelved 6 of the schemes. I've since had a number of people expressing great disappointment that the needs of pedestrians and cyclists and the opportunity to try something different in their neighbourhood was overruled by people just not prepared to give the experiments a chance. And I've had a number of letters of thanks from people living in Churchfield, Birdshill and Tattenham Roads and in Levens Avenue for how it has quickly transformed their areas into safer, quieter spaces for all. Some I know have shared their views widely. Grant Shapps did an article in the Sunday Telegraph a couple of weeks ago, and in the printed version, which didn't go in the online version, he said millions of people, the vast majority of the non-cyclists, have already benefited from measures to reduce rat running through narrow residential streets, cut danger to children around schools, make walking easier and provide safer space for cycling on main roads. And whilst measures can spark opposition, surveys show they are very popular with a silent majority. I have every confidence in this leader, supported by her cabinet. I believe she's been very inclusive and worked hard on community engagement and on supporting our hard-pressed officers while still in the grips of the COVID-19 pandemic. I hope others do see this motion for what it is, an opportunistic grab for power, despite our best efforts to do the best for and with our local population, businesses and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Anne Stribley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm really sad we're here again, but I'm firmly supporting the vote of no confidence because the people of Poole have totally lost confidence in the current administration. My inbox is inundated on a daily basis with dozens of complaints from all and sundry about the total lack of consultation by the Unitary Alliance. Probably because I've been around longer than most councillors here, I receive dozens of representations on a daily basis from residents right across my borough. A very few support this scheme or that because it gives them a personal advantage, but the vast majority are annoyed, insulted, hurt, or downright angry at the way they're being treated. Much of it under the guise of COVID emergency legislation, the criteria for which the great majority of these schemes totally fails to meet. I'm personally without confidence in this administration because of its secrecy and absolute refusal to consult or communicate with residents and its underhand ways of working. When, as a ward councillor, I requested information about a rumoured scheme in my ward, I was denied all information, both by the portfolio holder and the officers, until a matter of hours before the scheme was made public and a fait accompli. Residents have recently told me that it's widely rumoured Poole Civic Centre is about to be abandoned. When I made inquiries, I found it clear that something is afoot, but I'm still not entitled to be fully briefed on the situation. Poole and Christchurch are historic boroughs with less than 100 years between them, and each lending the best part of a millennium of history and tradition to the area. This is a history and tradition both towns were promised would be preserved for the future as we moved into the new authority. I agree it is important, absolutely important, for the future that the new BCP Council works in the best interest of all residents of the conurbation. But that is no excuse to throw away our past in the rush to the future. As only the second woman in Poole's history to have had the huge privilege of serving twice as mayor, this is very close to my heart. I would hope the residents of Poole will be properly consulted about what happens next. Although Poole's centre of government has moved over the years, there's the best.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Thank you, Councillor Stribley. That's 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Councillor Stribley. Other members also wish to speak. Councillor McCormack, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This evening I'll be supporting Councillor Slade and voting against this motion. As the member for Burton and Grange, I've received a lot of support for Councillor Slade, and I wanted to read out some of those communications that I've had with my residents. Dedicated and hard-working, always on top of her brief, open and transparent with regular updates, and I feel that she does a good job as leader of the council. For me personally, this vote of no confidence shows a severe lack of integrity and is a prime example of why I chose to leave the Conservative Party last year. I just don't believe that after the death of 2 councillors, it's an appropriate time and during a global pandemic to bring such a motion. So therefore, I'll be voting against.
Thank you, Councillor McCormack. Councillor Tony Trent, please.
Right, thank you. I have to say that I actually slightly agree with something Councillor Mellor said when he said the real reason for the vote wasn't the traffic issues, but that is actually being used as cover for it. I think it's basically opportunistic. Dare I say, it's a bit like having a flock of vultures around, sort of trying to pick up the meat of the fact that 2 people have passed away. But as for Vicky goes above and beyond what you would expect of a leader for everyone. You cannot get away from it. She does a lot, and she's very fair-minded in it. And if the issue is lack of democracy and openness, then we actually need to look at the history behind some of those putting forward the vote of no confidence. The secret talks about merging the 3 councils only announced to most members and staff less than 3 hours before it was going to come out in the public domain, presumably as a result of a leak. The leading consultation that allowed no choices, and the ignoring of 84% of Christchurch residents that voted against the merger. For me, this is hardly the basis of confidence in these same opportunists whose only interest is creating a safe city by the sea. So I will not be supporting the vote of no confidence. And if I have got time, I just want to quote something from a Conservative website or a Conservative Council's website explaining the consultation on the traffic orders. And it says, if you wish to make a formal objection, you will need to wait until the ETRO is in force. Objections may be made to the order being made permanent, and these must be made within 6 months of the day the ETRO comes into force. So whatever's being said, the guidelines, and this is published on a website of more than one Conservative council, I cannot trace the government original. It's near impossible to find, but that is the guidelines being followed. What has actually happened locally is that people have been consulted earlier, or have had an opportunity to comment earlier, and modifications have been made. So, as I say, I don't accept the vote for no confidence, and I don't accept the reasons behind it. And I think we need to look at what the history is of the people who are putting it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Mark Howell, please.
Yes, I agree that what's happened with the civic centre and it would it became inevitable that the power would move to Bournemouth, and that was because the Conservatives proposed and pushed through a merger, which my party, Pool People, and many in the opposition and many in the current administration opposed. With regard to the current motion, I'm proud of the achievements of the Unity Alliance over the past 16 months, despite facing the enormous challenges of merging 3 council areas and responding to the pandemic. We have made significant interventions to improve the lives of residents, present and future. In my portfolio of economy, regeneration and culture, we've reorientated Wessex Fields to deliver an environmentally sustainable business park for strategically important uses, secured £1.25 million of funding for heritage projects Pool Town Centre, developed and submitted a bid to government for £25 million to improve Pool High Street, including the delivery of a covered market with housing, office space and community facilities, submitted a bid to the Dorset Let for a creative live workspace in Pool's Lower High Street, worked hard to rescue the Lansdowne regeneration project, which we inherited in an underdeveloped state, secured commitment of the council to the Winter Garden Scheme, a project which will deliver 600 homes into the heart of Bournemouth Town Centre, collaborated with local partners to develop a transformational regeneration scheme for Boscombe, which will be submitted into the government's Towns Fund with a request for up to £25 million of funding, made significant progress in solving key transport issues in relation to regeneration of the area around the Dolphin Centre in Poole, established and managed the R-Cubed response, recover and reimagine steering and working groups to support the local economy post-COVID, and established the Cultural Action Group, which has assessed the needs of the cultural sector in the COVID world, recommended strategic cultural priorities and set a framework for the Cultural Compact Stakeholder Group, which is shortly to be created. Under the dedicated leadership of Councillor Slade, the Unity Alliance formed a strong cabinet whose members value and respect each other and have devoted themselves to their portfolios. Unfortunately, the death of two Unity Alliance councillors has reduced our voting strength. Unaligned councillors who once lent us their votes seem prepared to facilitate a successful vote of no confidence on the basis of their dislike of the active travel measures which we introduced with government prompting and support. If as a consequence we fall as an administration, I can at least feel comforted by the fact I stood up for healthier lifestyles and safer and more sustainable environments. I did not become a councillor to hang on to power or to take the easy options. True leadership involves helping people to understand their obligations to others and adopt behaviours that are in their long-term interest.
Thank you, Councillor Howe.
Just one more sentence, please. We have struggled to get our message across in the face of that. Sorry.
Councillor Howe, 3 minutes. 3 minutes is the rule. Other members wish to speak. Councillor Tony O'Neill, please. Councillor O'Neill.
Hi, Chairman. I hope you can hear me, but I can't establish video, only voice.
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, if I might continue.
Please.
Yeah, can I say this? I've heard what Councillor Howell and others have said. This is not about exploitation of the current situation. This is about the slow death of a conurbation that I and others love. I'm sure that we've all read that some of the active travel schemes are to be deferred. This from a PR announcement rushed out last week, and I cannot think why. Travel schemes are to be deferred, just one of the many statements by the leader of the council, her portfolio holder for transport and infrastructure, Councillor Hadley, and others. Statements thus far noted include some schemes have been removed due to public concern. Well, there's no surprise there. We were short of time and future funds were at risk. It was a government directive. What, to get it wrong? We needed to secure the funds. There was no limited time to consult. Trials are temporary only. They will be removed if not proven to be of advantage. Already many have supported the schemes, but not many as those in my mailbox. If we didn't act now, we would have missed out on funding in the next round. And the latest one, the government set the councils up to fail. No, the government offered funds for the interpretation of the opportunity to promote cycling and, yes, walking. You have abused that offer at best, or at worst, you have deliberately ignored the knowledge that was available through your residents, through your local councillors, and indeed through your own council employees who've lived, worked and travelled these roads throughout their careers. The only excuse you have not used is the one that is the truth, that you should have used during the 12 weeks that you sat on many of these schemes, when you should have talked to local people, to businesses who are trying to survive, to the disabled, and to all your councillors at least. These you should have listened to rather than say, we know best. Even Deputy Leader Mark Howell suggested in the Echo this week that those objecting to RTOs are either doing so out of fear or emotion or opinion that is ill-informed. What arrogance! This is his try before you buy strategy. You couldn't make this up. It is insulting to us as councillors. It is insulting to our residents and to business. These people are experienced, they are knowledgeable, and many should have been listened to. This is exactly what happened. People have lost their confidence. I have lost confidence. These are the excuses of an administration in turmoil, and neither the public nor indeed the many of the councillors here today are fooled by a questionable administration, an administration that seeks its own ends without a thought for those others it claims to represent. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Kieran Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm saddened that we find ourselves here again. This year has been unrelenting, and on a personal level it's been so difficult after having to say goodbye to my mum. But I can only be proud of what I and my team in housing have achieved. When you're getting letters in support of your work on sustainability and raising the standards of your bill to pacifist housing from UN Messenger of Peace and National Treasurer Dame Jane Goodall, when you've helped build an incredible way of partnership working between agencies to end homelessness, when that work leads to national recognition and the Conservative Minister for rough sleeping coming down to see and praise the work you've done for those without a home during the pandemic, when you've brought through the first social rented housing in Bournemouth for over 20 years and promised to build more because it's what's needed to get us out of this housing crisis, when you've committed to stepping up delivery, when you've stuck to that commitment and purchased one of the largest brownfield sites in Europe, which has laid desolate since before you were born, to provide a community with hundreds of homes for local people, when you're only the second local authority in the country to issue a banning order to a rogue landlord because you understand the importance of quality housing for all, when you focus not just on the grand schemes but the little details too, getting rid of the word units from officers' vocabulary because we are in a crisis, and we should be thinking about homes, not units, not numbers on a spreadsheet, but places where lives are lived and memories are made. When you stop to consider the backdrop to these successes are 3 different councils coming together in the middle of a global pandemic. These are the things that make you realise you've done your best, you've done it well, and that's all you can do. It has been the privilege of my life to represent the area I love in such a way, to work with a cabinet filled with passion, knowledge, humour, even when the going is tough, led by a councillor with an incredible work ethic, to learn from Kate, Lorraine and the rest of my team. I'd be here all night if I named them individually, and the fact that my mum got to see me do it. No matter what happens tonight, nobody can take that away, and they can't take away what this alliance has achieved and the beacon of hope we gave to thousands in these 3 towns, that it didn't have to be the way it was. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Hazel Allen, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by setting the record straight. Conservative councillors do care about the homeless in BCP, and I'm sorry that that does not make a good headline in the national press, but I know it to be true because the group asked me soon after I was elected to be their spokesperson for homelessness. They tasked me to do all I could to tackle this complex, challenging issue. And I have been working tirelessly in this area ever since. I have been an active member of the Homelessness Reduction Board action groups and have attended the majority of these meetings. I have built strong working relationships with all the key stakeholders and partners. Immersing myself in this work has given me a clear understanding of the issues associated with homelessness and the need to get the right balance between engagement and enforcement. My colleague, Councillor Mike Green and I have supported the contactless giving scheme through SIL funding. That will be launched very soon, and I have been actively involved in this project. Furthermore, I have been strongly advocating hub-style multi-agency working with joined-up thinking. This is being developed with exciting plans coming forward. I will continue this vital work over the weeks and months to come with the support of my Conservative colleagues. I would like to add that I took great exception and offence at the leader's comments last week at Cabinet during the debate on pool PSPO, when she stated that the Unity Alliance wanted to treat homeless people as humans and not vermin. I feel this reference to those experiencing homelessness was inflammatory and unacceptable and potentially dangerous when thinking about the safety of public servants. For the sake of an excellent soundbite, it put a political bomb under the whole subject, which is really not helpful. No member of our group would ever use such language. I and other colleagues received distasteful correspondence because of this rhetoric. Has the leader forgotten about what happened to MP Jo Cox? The world today, and social media in particular, allows people to vent their anger on others unchecked, and I feel that as local government representatives, we should avoid inciting such behaviour. A BBC Health article published today has highlighted the massive increase in people drinking alcohol to excess since lockdown, with figures in June showing more than 8.4 million in England are now drinking to higher risk levels. This is a huge COVID-related issue, but are we hearing anything from the current administration about how we prioritise this and how we support people? This is a problem that the Conservatives really care about, and this is another area of work I will be targeting. There is so much to be done, and we need a focused administration with strong leadership in order to do so.
Councillor
And
Allen.
this is why I will be
Councillor
supporting
Allen.
this motion for no
Thank you very much.
confidence.
That's 3 minutes. Thank you for your contribution. Councillor Mike Cox, please.
Mr. Chairman, fellow councillors, well, we're here again, aren't we? Another untimely death, another vote of no confidence. A lot of people are downright angry, but with the Conservatives. But to the most seasoned of us, or should I say the most cynical of us, this is only to be expected. The Conservative Party will grab power irrespective of the circumstances. The control it exerts over its councillors is positively Darth Vader-like. My appeal, therefore, is not to the cloned ranks of the Conservative councillors, but more to those that only 18 months ago stood on platforms opposed to the dominance and the Machiavellian agenda of the local Conservative Party. Please, please do not be blinded by a few angry people who have been whipped up into a frenzy. The 30% of Conservative voters will not thank you. They will continue to vote Conservative come what may. The 70% of Conservative voters, however, will never forgive you for succumbing to the easy way out. As councillors, we need to do the right thing, not what is popular. To quote the book of Jeremiah, there are none so blind as those who cannot see, and none so deaf as those who cannot hear. So please don't be blind and don't be deaf to the voters who elected you, or the vulnerable residents that need you. I fully appreciate that the Unity Alliance is not perfect. I referred to it recently as the mother of all compromises, for good reason. There's no doubt mistakes have been made, but the difference is when they have been identified, they are rectified in an open and transparent way. I have no doubt certain councillors have been showered in promises of friendship and undying love, to say nothing about the money for their wards or opposition to this scheme or that scheme. However, I would ask them to please heed Virgil's warning. By the way, Councillor Miller, that's the Roman poet, not the Thunderbird, who said, and I have to paraphrase, "Beware Tories bearing gifts." The Lib Dems learnt that lesson the hard way. They may have assured you that they will be your new best friend for your concerns about past misdemeanours, but they will only listen in a limited and specific way. They may well promise to retain the Poole Civic Centre, but it will only be retained in a limited and specific way. They may even pledge to consult you on matters in your ward, but you guessed it, you will only be consulted in a very limited and specific way. In Vicky Slade, we have a respected leader who has the confidence and the vision to lead the council, that really listens to the ordinary residents. However, when push comes to shove, she also has the balls to do what is right and not what is popular. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a quality we can all admire and be thankful for. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. I'm going to call Councillor Mark Howell to just reply to Councillor O'Neill's mention in his speech.
Yeah, I just want, as I was named, I just want to clarify the fact that Councillor O'Neill seemed to me, portrayed me as being disrespectful to the consultation process. The reality is that the consultation process actually under these rules, the rules of the schemes, takes place on implementation for 6 months thereafter, and all those consultations are ongoing now for people to submit to. So I was making the point that people cannot really make comments without seeing the scheme in practice, and now they would be much more informed and able to make proper comments once they've seen them in action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Anne Filer, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, tonight I'm speaking in support of this motion because I strongly believe that our residents have been very badly served by the current administration, and that a change is needed before the area I represent and that I love so much is irretrievably damaged. Councillor LJ recently wrote to us all saying the alliance was formed on the basis of councillors across the political spectrum coming together. We seek to work with all parties and to utilise members' skills and abilities in providing the very best possible service to those living in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Noble words, but I'm afraid, LJ, you are deluded. The first instance was last June, when after months in lockdown, the sun shone and visitors flocked to Bournemouth in droves, which is just what Bournemouth needed. But with a cabinet member and most of the cabinet totally inexperienced, panic set in and a state of emergency was called. It didn't need that. It needed proper management. There are 3 members of the council, myself included, who have been Bournemouth cabinet members for tourism. And we would have been only too pleased to have helped and to have advised with what would normally be a fantastic boost for the area. But we were neither consulted nor asked. Why? I can only assume it was because we were members of the wrong party. The second time was when the Cabinet decided to close Bournemouth's East Overcliff Drive to traffic just before Bank Holiday, the busiest weekend of an already truncated summer season. This is the road with many large hotels and their restaurants, which is much photographed for its stunning views and is our best advertisement for people wanting to holiday here and for residents to enjoy their leisure time. There was no recognition of the anxiety of the hoteliers and business owners along that route when this was thrust upon them at short notice, nor of the concerns of the residents living in the quiet roads behind. If I and my colleagues hadn't understood the potential seriousness of this closure, the situation today could have been devastating for the economy of our area. So LJ's statement that the Alliance seeks to work with all parties and utilise all members' skills and abilities is totally disproven. And that's the reason why I am voting with the motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Filer. Councillor Sandra Moore, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, it's been a privilege, if I may say so, to work with Children's Services during the past 18 months. When a global pandemic was declared and the country went into lockdown, many people were furloughed and stayed at home, but staff in Children's Services had to work flat out, supporting all our schools to stay open and to safeguard and protect our children, including making home visits. And I want to pay tribute to the hard work, dedication and commitment of our staff during these very challenging times. They are, I believe, this council's unsung heroes, and it should be remembered this work has taken place during the most significant reorganisation of local government in 45 years. Residents who speculate on how their council tax is spent might like to look at Children's Services' £63 million budget, the second largest in this council, the one which has to react to meet children's needs and keep them safe. Specialist provision for one profoundly disabled young person, for example, might well cost in the region of £240,000 per annum. And high priority has been given to improving services for children and young people with special needs. We've created 241 more places by building specialist bases in mainstream schools. Much work is in progress, but I am aware much is still needed. And my heart goes out to the parents of children with special needs. They want the best for their children, which is, after all, what we all want, but they often struggle horribly to get that help. And I want to improve things for them. But sadly, improvement takes time, but I do want to help them. And despite a very difficult budget, BCP Council still delivers a universal youth offer. And I personally value youth work and recognise its importance in the lives of our young people. We must, though, understand that the service has had to adapt to meet today's changing needs, which includes county lines. So we've created an adolescent hub and complex safeguarding team using the skills of experienced social workers and youth workers to support our most vulnerable young people. This work has achieved a big improvement for our service. This is just a flavour of all the work taking place in the world of children's services, and I am proud of the achievements we have made. But none of this would have been possible without the help and support of the leader of this council and a huge passion for children's services. As the mother of 4 children herself, she wants and expects the best for every child. This is, sadly, the first council meeting without the support of my Camford Heath colleague, the late Councillor Pete Parish. But I think his pride and his enthusiasm to serve his community is a reminder to us all that the reason we were first inspired to stand for election was to try to make our communities better, to make a difference, and to be a strong voice for all our residents. And the Unity Alliance will continue Pete's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Mike White, please.
Thank you. I'm just trying to start my video. There we go. Thanks very much. I wasn't going to say anything about children's services, but Councillor Moore has prompted me to comment on at least one particular area. I mean, I do recognise there are some successes, but I'd like to make the comment that it's now 3 years since the Poole Ofsted inspection and over 2 years since the Bournemouth Ofsted inspection, which identified several areas as either requires improvement or inadequate. Now, this administration has been in place for just under 18 months and has made almost no progress whatever in addressing the issues raised by Ofsted. Frankly, we're letting our children down, and I have no confidence in this administration addressing this in a timely fashion. The main comment I wanted to make was, as a neighbour councillor in Hanworthy, I'd like to say something on behalf of Poole Town residents who feel they are not properly represented by the 3 PPP members for Poole Town. I have some comments here from a former mayor, Carol Evans, which relates to the closure of the Lower High Street and Quay. I won't read out the full thing because I took some time on the earlier topic on children's services. Briefly, she says, life in the old town has become very difficult and not at all the delightful pleasure it was. This is entirely due to the road closures and traffic management imposed on the residents recently without a shadow of consultation. Most of those who live in the Old Town and Quay have had 50% of their access removed by these senseless closures. We now have to join the bridge traffic, whereas before we could use the Quay as an alternative. And because of the West Street road system, while the bridge is closed, no one can access the Quay because of the pinch point at Jolliffe House, where the pavement is wider than the road. It also means there's no road access through for emergency vehicles. I mean, this sorry tale is just one further example that underlines the lack of competence of the current administration and why I will be supporting the vote of no confidence. And I noted in Saturday's Echo a senior cabinet member talking patronisingly about, and I quote, "those people don't have open minds." And that is an exact quote. That is right up there with Gordon Brown's comment at the 2010 election that the woman's a complete bigot. That's just one of many reasons why I will be supporting this vote of no confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Margaret Phipps, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I give my full support to Vicky Slade as leader of the council. Under her leadership, so many positive results have been delivered or are in the process of being delivered for this council area. For instance, in my strategic planning portfolio, we've adopted a minerals and waste plans, the Poole Harbour SPD, the Dorset Heathlands SPD. Neighbourhood SIL has been distributed widely and is still being distributed, and a SIL infrastructure funding statement is being produced to come to Cabinet later this year. Parking Standards SPD went out to consultation yesterday, and tonight the statement of community involvement has come before Council. Production of the BCP local plan has commenced with a call for sites going out in October last year, and the results of that have been the subject of a councillor seminar and in the public domain on the BCP website. There is so much work going on to keep to our timetable, with no less than 23 local plan evidence studies being done to support the plan. Some of those are looking at urban potential, green belt, housing need, retail and leisure, employment, the workplace and flood risk. All important evidence studies. And this is all despite COVID. And at the same time, our planning department has met the challenge of keeping a turnover of applications in very difficult times. I am a Christchurch councillor, and last year Christchurch residents voted overwhelmingly not to have Conservatives in control of their town. And from comments received by me, that has not changed. And it's not surprising, as under Conservatives, Christchurch would have been paying more council tax than everyone else for 7 years. The Unity Alliance harmonised council tax after 1 year. Personally, I am very proud of what has been achieved, not only in my portfolio, but across this council in such a short space of time under the leadership of Vicky Slade. Her knowledge of what is happening in this council is exceptional. She puts herself out there to be seen and answers questions spontaneously, meeting the public weekly on Facebook. I don't know other council leaders who do that. It's a situation where you really do have to be sharp and think on your feet. And I think it will be very interesting to see, should the leadership change, whether any new leader will be so visible and approachable as Vicky has been and have such a phenomenal work ethic. She has my absolute full support. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Karen Rampton, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's probably not news to some members that I have really grave concerns over the lack of transparency and openness of this administration. And a good example of that is the imposition of the Emergency Active Travel Schemes they mentioned before. But they've caused so much distress amongst our residents and businesses, and that could have been lessened or even avoided had residents been consulted and their elected representatives not gagged. I'm going to refer to emails I received after I queried the demand for secrecy, having only been informed of the scheme in my ward on the 10th of August. I quote, "I ask that the information is kept confidential and not distributed further to avoid confusion," that from an officer. "Consider it embargoed privileged information," from the portfolio holder. "It's appropriate the cascade to residents is done through corporate methods, and this is why we have asked that it is not shared with residents," from the leader of the council. and who incidentally has told one of my residents that she will work to make our cycle lanes across BCP mandatory with double yellow lines so that all cyclists get an uninterrupted ride. We're equally elected to serve and inform our residents, not to be told to keep information from them by other councillors who are pursuing their egocentric pet schemes, and then who try to defend their actions by saying residents wouldn't understand them. This attempt to hide information just follows on from the Maiden Powell statue fiasco, which took 5 weeks, several emails, and the threat of a freedom of information just to get the costs which were incurred from the threatened removal and the boarding up from the portfolio holder. It really was like getting blood out of a stone. Mr. Chair, this council has an obligation to ensure business is conducted in as transparent a way as possible, and that includes at least some consultation with the people we serve within even very limited timescales. It should not be looking for excuses and ways not to consult and to hide information. It should not be banning elected members from communication with their residents. It should be undertaking proactive, not reactive engagement, and it should be following democratic process and re-establishing proper public consultation. And for those reasons, Mr. Chair, and many others which have been articulated by my colleagues so ably this evening, I fully and wholeheartedly support this motion of no confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brampton. Councillor David Brown, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, reading this vote of no confidence, I note that it refers to consultation and plans in recent weeks. Now, some of those projects are obviously contentious, though many have been warmly welcomed, and my inbox has certainly been full with residents telling me how good they are. But I prefer to focus not on the last few weeks, but on the performance of the leader and the Unity Alliance administration over the past 16 months, especially in terms of public engagement and consultation, which this administration has made a part of our approach. After my experience in recent years as a pool councillor, when previous administrations scrapped the public area committees, they scrapped the state of the area debate, they had portfolio holder decisions made by cabinet members behind closed doors, not open to the public, then I just say to people that, and the cabinet meetings that they ran were just very short and totally unengaging and had very few public there. So to hear talk about being open and transparent, and the Unity Alliance aren't open and transparent, this is the most open and transparent council I've been in the 13 years I've been a councillor. So for those that are thinking of supporting this vote of no confidence, I just say be careful what you wish for. This Unity Alliance has started to reverse that closed and unengaged approach to running councils, with open and engaging public cabinet debates, digital channels being used for live engagement with residents, and earlier this year started the consultation on community engagement, which was unfortunately curtailed by the lockdown. And over the past 16 months, this Unity Alliance administration has led the new council with ambition and responsibility, especially in my area in relation to the finances of the council. Just 6 months ago, this council passed our responsible and sustainable budget with broad support and set us up to harmonise council tax across the 3 towns by next April. As highlighted earlier in the meeting, the 2019-20 financial outturn report, this showed positive financial performance in the first year of BCP Council. And in this current financial year, we've been rapidly assessing and responding to the immense financial implications thrown at us by the pandemic. The leader, the cabinet and the Unity Alliance have all kept this council's financial position sound and secure when many other councils are facing dire consequences. Councillor Mellor said that we need a stable administration. Supporting this vote of no confidence will not give BCP Council stability. It will destabilise the council at a critical point in its development and transformation and during a public health emergency. I'm proud of the positive start that BCP Council has made under Councillor Slade's leadership. I have full confidence in Councillor Slade, who has led the start of this new council and the unprecedented challenge of the pandemic in the most incredible way. I hope members will support her to continue rather than destabilising this council at a critical point. Yes, BCP Council needs a stable administration, and the Unity Alliance can give BCP Council that stable administration under Councillor Slade's leadership.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Jane Kelly, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
I would like to speak in favour of the motion being put forward for these reasons, some of which have been mentioned already by my colleagues, but I would like to reiterate as they are so important to our residents. Community engagement, though much spoken about by the Unity Alliance, and a budget of £50,000 a year allocated to it, has not been noticeably forthcoming. This has led to rumour, conjecture, and residents feeling very nervous about what might happen in their locality. There are constant threats to the ongoing staging of our major tourism events, obviously not possible this year, but to be hoped for in subsequent years, as well as inexplicable and unexpected changes to residents' local road networks. The prevalence of street beggars and antisocial behaviour has worsened with no real deterrent in place, and our internationally renowned hospitality industry is on its knees. Yes, the initial cause for the potential bankruptcy of our many high-class hotels and guest houses was the COVID pandemic, but the Unity Alliance administration has not acted quickly or decisively enough to mitigate the terrible damage to our businesses and communities, which could take years to repair. I therefore agree that I have no confidence in the current administration and support the motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Jackie Edwards, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in support of this motion of no confidence. It's been obvious that there has been a complete lack of understanding of tourism and its huge contribution to the BCP area. Not only is it an essential part of our economy, but our beautiful coastline, top entertainment and diverse events are enjoyed by all our residents as well as the paying visitor. Tourism drives money locally to our shops, cafes, hotels, Airbnb, taxis, buses, theatres, attractions and the language schools. The list is endless, but I won't go on. But I do need to mention local livelihoods depend on tourism, and it can be a precarious industry, easily spooked, as shown by the calling of a major incident. This negative publicity was reported worldwide, as far away as Hawaii and Australia. The fragile hotel industry, having had no income for 3 months, suddenly found bookings cancelled. Was the industry consulted before this decision was taken? Apparently not. Was it consulted afterwards about the consequences? Apparently not. Was it consulted about cancelling the outdoor Christmas tree wonderland? Apparently not. A pattern seems to be emerging of tourism being ignored. Tourism and hospitality need to be taken seriously and put back on the Council's agenda where it belongs, so that it can drive much needed money and jobs into our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Tony O'Neill, you have put a request to speak, but you have already spoken to this motion, and I therefore move forward and call Councillor Peter Miles. Councillor Miles, please.
Good evening, Chair. First of all, we can't really keep rehashing this process. Our residents observe much more than political posturing. Let's get some perspective on this, and this has come about following another sad death and the controversial road changes in the area that may or may not have an effect on our horrendous traffic problems. Most people will agree, as I do, yes, this could have been handled much better. Lessons have been learned, and if the plans don't work out, then we can revert back to how they were. The only motives I see at play here are quieter residential areas, safety and cleaner air for our kids, which we all signed up for. The bigger issue here is the conduct of our council leader. I most certainly am no backslapper and really don't care for any political parties, particularly when it comes to local councils. Councillor Slade has got BCP up and running, tirelessly helped in the COVID crisis and worked with all the political factions, which one can say is no easy task. And I can see why the Bournemouth Tories aren't happy. They feel sidelined. They have been progressive. They've made progressive choices over the years, supporting university status and basing Bournemouth's future in education, but they weren't very inclusive. The Poole Conservatives, on the other hand, haven't been very good, have they? I've watched the demise of Poole over the years as they colluded to rob Poole of its historic heritage and rode roughshod over the wishes of residents in the process. They couldn't even run a few grotty loos. Built a lifting bridge in exactly the wrong place that just turned Poole into some sort of traffic experiment and rolled over when it came to hospital closures and find the poorest in our community, not to mention their new hobby of photographing my business post through my letterbox to share on social media. So already we have seen tens of thousands dead, healthcare workers dying, care home death camps, child poverty up 60% in a year. We were relying on a footballer to feed our kids, the exam fiasco, and we can't even get a test for COVID locally. And all this we may have to face again shortly, with the addition of mass unemployment, civil unrest, and then Brexit. I'd rather stick with someone that has proven they can do the job than rather than someone who might. This is not the time for opportunism, and from a man who is so passionate that he couldn't even turn up to present his party's alternative budget. Thank you, Chair. Good evening.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Dwayne Farr, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this motion this evening. Following the 2019 local elections and being elected for the first time to represent the residents of Kinson, as a pragmatist, my hopes were high of being listened to by Lib Dem-led administration, despite being elected with a blue rosette. However, my experiences didn't match my expectations. I've never been asked by the ruling portfolio holders how we can improve the lives of the communities we represent here in West Howe and Kinson. Right from the beginning, when hearing they plan to change how community infrastructure levy neighbourhood portion was allocated, I became concerned. For those unaware, CIL is levied on developments in Bournemouth wards with a portion allocated to the ward, mitigating for the development. These funds were locked away from Bournemouth communities. I campaigned last year for it to be released due to delay and us all being left in the dark. Come next month, under this Lib Dem-led leadership, all CIL funds will be centralised. This money grab will be letting down the residents of the community I represent here in Kinson and West Howe, one of the least prosperous areas of BCP. The Lib Dem-led Rainbow Alliance is not inclusive of others. Sadly, they do not inform and consult others. Therefore, I will be voting to support this motion of no confidence in the council leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Toby Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Having heard the speeches already made, an apparent offence caused earlier tonight, if the members are tonight considering voting for the motion, I would add that I would proudly bear the tag of opposition if I was in opposition to an administration who saw fit to snatch power in this manner. A group who purport to be pushing cross-party working while simultaneously attempting to create a one-party administration. A group who proposed their full alternative budget several months late. A group that calls for stability whilst their own group has had 3 different leaders in the past 2 years alone. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that if this motion were to pass, there is only one improvement to be made from any success here, and that would be to that of the quality of the opposition, and especially to the leader of that opposition. If the Conservatives were not after the power, as they claim, they would have provided a far stronger and more coherent opposition to our administration, rather than throwing a strop more reminiscent of a toddler without their favourite toy than a dignified and unified group of councillors who would take this conurbation forward. Instead, they have sat by and watched our success, and success that we can all be proud of, regardless of what else may happen tonight. The legacy of the Unity Alliance will be one of dignity, professionalism and progress, which will not be wiped out by this callous motion and will continue to be extended. We will serve our residents no matter what. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Leslie Dedman, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. This motion before us states the Unity Alliance administration is making decisions and plans without due regard to residents. Well, actually, the reason the Christchurch Independents are here is exactly because we did listen to the residents of Christchurch who said no to a Conservative-led BCP. The motion also states that it has no confidence in the current administration to deliver for the residents. As Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care and Health, I utterly and completely refute that. This department and all our directors and our officers, our staff, have delivered over and above for all our residents. Our staff, our partners, our colleagues and the volunteers have all worked with me and this administration both before and throughout this terrible pandemic. And their enthusiasm for finding and alleviating the needs of those we serve never fails to amaze and humble me. They truly do care. The Adult Social Care and Health Department has been in the very front line of this historic pandemic, and I'm certain that when books come to be written on how we at BCP stepped up to this line, there will be total agreement that their great work will be used as a pattern for others. The proposer of the motion claimed that we were failing residents. Every member of Adult Social Care and Health and our partners has gone above and beyond the line of duty. As for the leadership of Councillor Slade, which is in question tonight, she steered this council through this terrible time. Instead of this vote of no confidence, we should be giving a vote of thanks for her endless work, her grasp of the detail of the responsibility and her dedication. So I urge all councillors to reject this motion, not just to abstain, but utterly reject it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor Lawrence Williams, please.
See, I had to get your bloody
Thank you, Chairman.
Put me off.
Councillor Dedman, you're still there, I think. I'm supporting this motion this evening. In my ward, Littledown and Iford, there's a real danger of it being turned into a car park, a very large car park. We've had proposals for second cycle lanes along Castle Lane, happily abandoned. New car parks reduced from 1,000 parking spaces at the hospital to 450. And the worst crime of all, the road to nowhere. Last year, more than 250 people responded positively to a ward consultation on the road through the Wessex Fields development. Yet the administration decided not to listen. The hospital, as you know, will grow dramatically in the coming years. The scientific park and housing will involve cars, many of them. Staff need to be able to access the hospital. We need that road, but the administration have blocked it. Nurses need to be able to park. If they've been doing long shifts, they don't want to cycle necessarily. They don't necessarily also want to take the bus. People visiting the hospital and other staff park in our local roads, and there's no room for them. It's a travesty, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Andy Jones, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The government was right prioritising measures for the implementation of schemes to help pedestrians and cyclists under the active travel banner. This can be done in a number of ways, for example, through schemes such as installing wider pavements and safer junctions, and I'm sure we can all think of areas in our walls that would benefit from these. Instead of which, we've been bombarded by anti-car road closure initiatives which have angered vast numbers of people across Bournemouth and Poole. In terms of the Boscombe Oakcliff scheme, I received over 90 emails of complaints in 4 days, which is a record, numerous phone calls and social media messages, and this accompanied by a petition set up by a local resident which received over 2,000 signatories in 2 days. Tells its own story, don't you think? The current administration are responsible for the schemes put forward, not the government, and have had plenty of time to consult should they have wished to. Clearly, this is not considered a priority for them. Frankly, the residents of BCP deserve much better. It's time for a change, and I therefore fully support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor George Farquhar, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll follow the lead of some others and read a comment. This one actually is not relating to the active travel schemes. It's actually relating to the vote of no confidence this evening. It's from the Daily Echo. The point is that it was put to the people at the last BCP election, just 28% voted for the Tories. Over 65% voted for the parties that form the UA. If we had a genuine democracy, then the Tories wouldn't be anywhere near grabbing power, because the vast majority of people clearly did not want them to be in power. They are only about to seize control because we have a dodgy, undemocratic system that gives them 47% of the councillors, and they are now set to exploit 2 deaths in a shameful power grab. The UA came together under the leadership of Vicky Slade. It was there to provide maximum representation across a very wide spectrum of political leanings. Not just that, which you would find from a single party that only gained 28% of the vote. That, to me, is a public mandate for the UA, for the Unity Alliance. I personally find it reprehensible that this leader faces a second vote following the death of yet another second councillor in Peak Parish, with the flimsiest of reasons. It is obvious that the proposer is viewed by some to be playing the numbers game, and indeed populist politics. This is particularly important because we cannot hold by-elections for Columbungy or Peak Parish. This is reinforced by the fact that all councillors are receiving positive communications from residents in areas where the active travel schemes are currently operating. So to me, 28% of the vote, and the fact that we cannot have by-elections, that the political group, that is the Conservatives, is taking repeated advantage and opportunism of the deaths of Councillor Peak Parish and previously Councillor Columbungy. And this group does not have a public mandate to do that in what is known as a power grab. So that's what I wanted to say on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Judy Butt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the last speaker speaks about percentages and power grabs. This is an irrelevance. This evening has been about the failure of the Unity Alliance to deliver for all 400,000 BCP residents. The UA in the last 18 months have not done this. This evening's vote of no confidence is about the administration of this council by the UA. It's not about personalities. It's on individual claimed achievements. There's no I in team. The Lib Dem leader of the BCP had a great UA vision, and so many residents had great hopes of this, that it would succeed, but it's failed. This staunch Lib Dem leader has been let down by all the chicks in her pen. The Unity Alliance members, all of them driving forward their own personal agendas, of which we have heard a multitude this evening. All of these frolics of their own, eloquently covered in grisly detail by our previous speakers. How is this evidenced? Well, take a look at the budget. Each faction of the UA have had their pound of flesh at the expense of the BCP residents. Like the curate's egg, the UA is good in very small parts. We cannot take that away from them. But it hasn't been sufficient to save what was heralded only 18 months ago as a brave, fresh new initiative, and was welcomed by so many commentators. To complete, a leader cannot lead with both her hands tied behind her back, and despite her very best efforts, the UA have failed. Having carefully considered and listened to the debate, I must put my residents first, and I will be supporting the vote of no confidence this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Stephen Bartlett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm really disappointed at this debate this evening. It's just like watching one side scratching the other side's eyeballs out. the bottom line here is that the Conservatives have made a move to grab power, and they're doing it on the basis of these emergency active travel schemes. Now, that is not a good reason for destabilising local council, where we need stability. But of course, much has been made about the opportunistic method of which the Conservatives are using tonight. But of course, nothing could be more opportunistic than all the disparate groups of political parties that came together at the last election to effectively grab power. The Unity Alliance was never elected. It was just combined to grab power. And the upshot of that was we have a very Paul-centric, Lib Dem-led alliance, and it leaves Bournemouth with only 2 representatives on the cabinet, which leaves the biggest part of the conurbation without sufficient representation on the council, which I think is disgraceful. Now, we've heard a lot tonight about the leader of the council, and I have to agree that Councillor Vicky Slade is an inspirational individual. She's totally sincere, she's dedicated in what she does, and I hold her in great regard, as I think most members of the council do. But of course, as an individual, and this particular debate is much more about her individual skills, etc. It's about the politics of the issue. And unfortunately, the strength that pulled the alliance together is also her weakness, because, as Councillor Butler's just said, her hands are effectively tied because she needs to keep her alliance together. One of those cards falls out of the pack and the alliance just crumbles. And therefore, she's very limited on what she can actually do. Now, in the last vote of no confidence, I did support the Conservatives in that vote, and I did it because what was on offer was an alliance that would form a combined administration that could work in the interests of all the residents of the conurbation. Now, whoever wins tonight, I really hope that they will put their political differences aside in this very difficult COVID situation to work in the interests of the people of this conurbation and not in the interests of their parties, and that they bring together the best people to represent the interests of this conurbation. And I think that's probably all I need to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Lawrence Fear, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to speak on what's happened with the administration to this point and who's made mistakes. I would like to bring councillors' attention to the fact that this debate and the preceding vote afterwards, after this evening, I hope we will all come together. We all want to do the best for our residents of BCP. We may be from different parties and none, and we may have different ideas, but we share the same goal to serve our residents. The best way of doing this is to have a collection and a collaboration of ideas and going forward in a constructive, calm and polite manner, which is what our residents demand and deserve. I have taken on board all the views of members so far and views to come. And I hope in the coming days and weeks, cool heads will prevail and we can work on the issues that matter to our residents and get the best to get the best outcome for all who live in BCP. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Felicity Rice, please.
Hello, thank you. Sorry, just a delay getting my video on. I think we can all agree that climate change now is being taken seriously by this council. Since the declaration of a climate and ecological emergency 1 year ago, I'm really proud that we have built in systemic changes so that climate change and carbon footprint is thought about at the earliest stages of proposals for council development from now onwards. We have also set up a process for internal climate champions within council staff, and we'll be holding a citizen assembly as soon as it is appropriate given COVID-19, so that residents can share the responsibility of taking appropriate action with appropriate speed. We have also set up 4 cross-party councillor working groups to make it as collaborative as possible, to be as inclusive as we can be, no matter their political party. Councillor Vicky Slade has been completely supportive of increasing openness and transparency, and all of the working groups that I am involved with are all cross-party groups, completely balanced. So the comments from Councillor Bartlett do confuse me a little bit. I would like to say sorry for some of the lack of consultation on the active travel changes, because the concerns from residents have been heartfelt and the concerns from councillors have been heartfelt. Changes have been made, and I don't think it is a bad thing for a politician to say sorry and that it's appropriate to make changes. However, it is useful, this hasn't really come up, to remember back when these changes came through from government, there was real concern for all those people that currently don't commute by car. So we're talking about 36% of our commuting residents. How were they going to get to work safely and get their kids to school safely when they were being told that they should not use buses? The evidence was that people were starting to use cars, to switch from using buses to using cars. And with our heavily congested roads, I'm sure everybody in the room will agree that we don't want to be encouraging people to use cars if they don't want to. We all agree that we don't want even more people driving cars in our already congested town. We also live in one of the most dangerous conurbations in terms of road danger. I recently explained this to a fellow councillor who said, I didn't realise any of these schemes had anything to do with safety. So yes, it is a real shame that this has not been effectively communicated, since road danger and children dying on our streets is why I became a councillor. Road danger is the leading cause of death in young people in the UK, and we have the 4th most dangerous conurbation in the UK. So I'm sure everyone can agree, not great engagement with some of these schemes so far, but there were some logical principles to the government's guidance, and that as council, we are pro-kids, not anti-car. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Mark Anderson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Last year at Full Council, when we announced and all supported the climate change emergency motion, I thought we had a consensual way forward, that we could work together as councillors, working for the good of the conurbation and all the residents. More importantly, as a large authority, we could harmonise services and see a major improvement across the area, taking the best environmental practices from all of the 3 boroughs. However, 18 months on, what a change. We have entire roads where bins are left uncollected. Not occasionally, but increasingly, residents are complaining about used bins. The cost of green waste is going up. There's still no food waste collection for Poole. Why is the council promoting climate emergency? Are we reducing the breadth of recycling we are collecting? In October, we stopped collecting doorstep waste electrical and electronic equipment. Why are we doing this? We're doing this because it's too successful. The service is too popular. So we can't change our waste collection service to accommodate it. We're going to stop it. Our roads across the conurbation are looking tatty and uncared for. It's all very well growing wildflowers and grass verges, but it's different when the pavements and roads are covered in leaves and weeds are growing from the cracks and any refuse on the road. Which leads me on to rubbish. The rubbish on the streets and the lack of sweeping, and the increase in residents' complaints about the state of their roads and the overgrown bushes. Alleys need cleaning. Residents are all complaining about the increase in fly tipping. There's a general feeling of rundown and a neglected town. Visitors are noting it. And if we drive them away, we do it at our peril. And let's not talk about rubbish on the beach. I'm not talking about the 180 tonnes in the problems we had in the summer, but I'm talking about the general state of the beach, where people are going down to the beach and calling us up and saying, the bins haven't been emptied. They've left the bins overflowing again. We need to do something about it, Mr. Chairman. So we need to get a grip. So for the sake of our conurbation, we need to change. So I ask you to join me in supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Chris Rigby, please.
Thank you, Chair. Fellow councillors, I wasn't actually going to speak
tonight, but I've listened carefully to a lot of what everyone's been saying this evening, and the same issues keep coming up. Everything which is being said about the policies which have been put in place by the Unity Alliance are incredibly negative. There has been nothing coming forward about what the alternatives are, and that's what really worries me. A lot has been said about inexperienced councillors, particularly those on the cabinet as well, and that's true. There's a lot of new councillors in the Unity Alliance, myself included, and the reason for this is we saw something needed to change across these three towns, and we decided to put ourselves forward, and we were voted in and we won our seats to make change. The residents wanted something to make a change, to be different. What the Unity Alliance has been putting in place are a lot of new policies, and you know what? Some have worked brilliantly and some are not working quite as well. And I think when that has happened, they've been brave enough to say, no, this isn't working, let's try something else. But the key here is trying. We've got to try and move the towns forward. We've got to move the three towns into BCP and move into the future as well. And that is what is being attempted. All I'm hearing from the Conservative councillors tonight is saying this isn't working, that isn't working, the other isn't working. And we're here because what's been happening for the last 10 years wasn't working. What fresh ideas have you got? Why should the Unity Alliance not continue with what we're doing at the moment? Because I'm not hearing anything coming across as new or innovative. Councillor Mellor, you're going to get a chance to sum up in a bit. Please dazzle me with some policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor May Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Following the easing of lockdown, the decision was taken by the administration and the leader to open our car parks and to welcome visitors to BCP beaches with no further thought as to how this could and would unfold. We know that chaos ensued. Most of the beaches in Poole fall into my ward, and given the fine weather and the early traffic queues, it was therefore no surprise when complaints started to come in and continue to do so over the next 48 hours. And my colleagues that cover the other seaside wards in Bournemouth had very similar experiences. So the list, lack of toilets, not all toilets were open, car parks were open, but not all toilets were open, traffic chaos, parking chaos, litter issues, bonfires being lit, overnight camping and disposable barbecues being used before 6 p.m. I went out there, I went to have a look, and I actually spoke to traffic wardens, and I was told by the ones that I spoke to that they're doing everything they can, they're working flat out, and they did look very worn out, but the full complement of traffic wardens weren't working that day. So I would say, well, that's a question. Was this not thought about? Where was the leadership here? While residents that live in the Camphor Cliffs ward, they expect a level of disruption when there's fine weather, but this was unprecedented, but it wasn't unexpected. They had to endure the chaos. One resident wrote that they found soiled nappies left on their driveway. Another had a distressed child because they were late picking him up from school. Why? Because they were blocked in by an inconsiderate person parking across their driveway. Some of these issues could have been easily avoided because it wasn't as though they were unexpected. Where was the direction and where was the leadership when all that chaos was happening? The previous speaker mentioned about what are your ideas, you're just throwing mud. Well, in the spirit of collaboration, I did, following the chaos that ensued, I did write to the leader with suggestions which I thought were achievable. They weren't unrealistic, but they were achievable. And the response I got was, well, some were already in place, some were being considered, and some, frankly, not achievable. Not a satisfactory response. I then went to an officer where I actually received a much more helpful response. Antisocial behaviour. This has been mentioned by some of my other colleagues, but we heard from the representatives of the business community at an ONS board meeting, and people were put off coming to our towns due to aggressive begging, as well as being intimidated while they were taking money out of a cash point. There are also issues in our local centres, such as Ashley Road in Poole, as well as in Charminster area. This isn't good for business or our towns. We were told if this was all in hand.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Thank you, Councillor Haynes. You've had 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
You for your contribution. Councillor Beverley Dunlop, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillors, when I was elected to serve the people of Bournemouth in May 2007, the new Conservative administration inherited a neglected, dirty and run-down town from the previous non-Conservative administration. We were known as the stag and hen capital of the UK and a good place to get drunk and have a fight. It was unsafe and avoided by most of the locals. I used to get letters every week from my residents asking what I was going to do about it, and I represent an out-of-town ward. Turning that mayhem around and restoring Bournemouth's reputation took years of work. We know we got it right when in 2017 a national newspaper put Bournemouth ahead of Barcelona as a place to visit. I haven't had a letter of complaint about the town and the seafront in years until the UA took over. I now get them every week, and here are some extracts. There is bedding in the entrance to Beale's store. There are regularly tents in St Peter's churchyard. I parked my car in St Peter's church. It was broken into. The police advised me to park elsewhere. On a daily basis, I witness people sleeping in tents, pitched in the Chine woodland or on the beach. They wander back to their cars to get provisions and urinate or defecate in the woodland. When I walk into work, I routinely encounter individuals who are drunk or high. This morning, there was a congregation of such individuals shouting at each other outside a coffee shop in Beale Place. This is Bournemouth Town Centre. It is dirty and feels unsafe at 8 a.m. in the morning. I am saddened to see Bournemouth slipping into decline, and I now feel vulnerable as a lone woman. Bournemouth appears to be fast gaining a reputation as a soft touch because nothing has been done to stop it. Our residents are watching this town literally unravel in front of their eyes. Our beautiful open spaces, the beaches, the town centre, and even the wards where you've abandoned projects that some of us worked on for years. Your mismanagement, lack of ability, and quite frankly, lack of concern is rolling back the years of commitment by Bournemouth Borough Council, by my colleagues, and by me. And the irony for you is that you think you're the good guys doing a great job. You've all been patting yourselves on the back tonight, but it's the same old virtue signalling, the same old cliches about Conservatives, same old tired aren't we great, same old lies. Even today on Twitter, it was poor us nasty Tories. Well, no one is buying that anymore. So please, understand that for me, we're here at this moment because of the damage you are doing to the town I serve. And for that reason, I fully support this motion of no confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Mark Robson, please. Councillor Robson.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on a few things really. Talking after 26 years military experience, I just wanted to touch on some of the leadership things here that are important to me as a new councillor. This is all new to me. We basically have, generally speaking, in the political sphere, two types of councillors. And you can research this. Anybody can research this. We do have your political courage, and you have your political cowardice. Now, already today in this debate, we have had councillors talking about opening up the beaches too soon, but then not opening them up soon enough in order to encourage business. What concerns me about that is that it was the government that opened up the beaches and let everybody travel the country. We couldn't stop thousands of people coming down to here. Now, we had a councillor admit today that they would have dealt with that national crisis themselves. So the failure of that organisation to recognise that as a national emergency is of grave concern to me. National emergencies happen because they are an emergency, they come out of the blue, and it needs swift, responsive action, which is exactly what we had. Failure to recognise that shows a lack of understanding. Complaining that we haven't opened up our entertainment industry to the world lacks understanding of a Conservative government that's telling us not to do that at the moment and doing it in dribs and drabs. So how can that possibly be a council issue? So change is difficult, and the Unity Alliance has put in a lot of change, and it is hard to live with sometimes. But that's where political courage comes from. You're making hard decisions that might not be to everybody's best interest or even your own advantage, but they are tough decisions. Political cowardice is just giving in and going with the old school, this is how it used to be. Councillor Rigby talked really well about this is a fresh start for this area, and that's why I decided to join and do this, stand for election. I was fed up with 20 years of boring, same old policies that got us nowhere. So in Vicky Slade, we have political courage. We have a team behind it that are not afraid to do new things and get us back to where we need. I'm afraid what I've seen, or in fact not seen, from the other side is any form of leadership or even unity about what they're saying amongst themselves. Support Vicky Slade. It's a must for our community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Robson. Councillor John Beasley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, the Unity Alliance came in on a platform of openness and transparency. However, openness and transparency doesn't really seem to have been the hallmark of this administration. Since that start, we've seen that this is not a listening council, nor is it a council which likes to consult when it doesn't suit its own agenda. This is a council that clearly doesn't want to know what residents and businesses think. Most residents don't care much about the party politics of these issues, but they are very disappointed to be ignored. They do care about how these top-down decisions are being made by the council and how those affect them. They certainly do not expect their local council to blame the government for inept local decisions which are just not properly dealt with or thoroughly thought through by the administration. Residents and businesses really do deserve better. They certainly do not expect this litany of bad decisions and in some cases just pure incompetence by portfolio holders. Sadly, the reflection of this, as far as local people are concerned, is that the council's agenda appears muddled and often trivial, whilst failure to get to grips with the things which really matter. An example of this is that we desperately need widespread consultation to help construct a coherent plan for reducing the uncertainty and rebuilding the local economy post-COVID. None of what we have heard sounds very strategic to me this evening from the administration. Where is the big ambition and drive for our new BCP Council? Just one example. Where is the properly thought out plan with political grip and competence and with a central role for the business community? Where are all the big ideas for the council? What's been achieved that is out of the ordinary in the first 16 months of this BCP Council? We need a listening council and a council with real ambition. That's what we hoped for from BCP when it was first set up. We can do much better than this. It's what our residents expect. I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Bobby Dove, please.
Sorry, I am here. Just having a few technical incidents. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Chair. I've listened to the debate so far. I wasn't going to speak, and once again, I feel compelled to because I am really concerned about the image that this administration is portraying to our residents, to our businesses, and to the visitors of the area. They're portraying it as a job well done, and it isn't. At the start of this debate, we heard that this administration were working and operating under a major incident. And this again is excuses for inadequacies, excuses for a job not well done. I don't believe it's deliberate, but I do think inexperience has led to this catalogue of disasters that we have had. What really concerns me, however, is we have heard from ONS, from the leader of the council, saying that we have been operating under this major incident. We've heard it again this evening. And I would like to clarify that the police and the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner has clarified in writing that there is not a major incident standby mode in place for this summer. They queried whether major incident was actually even the correct term for that day in June. They felt that it wasn't. My concern is that we keep banding these kind of phrases around. It is alarmist. It is hurting our economy. It is hurting our town. It is hurting our reputation. And we have businesses struggling in this environment to make ends meet. We need a responsible, fiscal, more mature, grown-up approach. And that is why, for this evening, I will be supporting the motion put in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Councillor Simon Ball, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just putting my camera on. There we go. Thank you. We've had a lot of back and forth this evening from people's different opinion. What has been achieved in the last 16 months is one comment I've heard. And everyone seems to be forgetting that we've been going through the emergency, the health emergency that is COVID, and has had a great impact on the council, on the conurbation, on the residents. And I think this council has done a fantastic job in getting through that emergency. I know we're not through it yet, but we're working hard. Comments about the beaches, the car parks shouldn't have been opened. If the car parks hadn't been opened at that time, we would have had thousands of cars driving around the conurbation, parking wherever they chose. It seems lots of things backwards and forwards. This motion has been brought forward on the basis of the active travel scheme, which I see as part of the bigger picture, part of working towards solutions we're looking at for the climate and ecological emergency that we declared in July 2019. This conurbation has a high traffic congestion with the resultant low air quality affecting the health of residents. That leads to greater demand on the NHS, lower life expectancy. We have to take measures. This was a scheme, one of the few positive ideas this government has come up with, where we could trial road adjustments, adjusting a very small part of the road network to make it safer for road users, whether cyclists, scooter users, motorised vehicle drivers or pedestrians. And I have had large numbers of emails from residents in support of these measures. And any councillor that says they haven't had emails in support needs to check their inbox, because they were sent to all councillors. And I just checked that. I also had one email during this evening's meeting saying how pleased they were with the measures that are in place. These are the measures. Change is difficult. People need to be aware they have to make changes. We have a climate and ecological emergency. We can't just sit there thinking, I don't want change, I want to be able to save 2 minutes of my journey by rushing past people's houses. If I am very concerned, I'm not going to go on about why this, the death of 2 councillors and why this is a disappointing state of affairs. The council have Councillor Slade and the cabinet have done an outstanding job for the area in very difficult times. You've heard of lots of what Councillor Wilson said about some of the things he's done, and the other cabinet members, and I'm very supportive of them. But I won't remain supportive if I don't think what they're doing is right. And I think at the moment what they're doing is right for the conurbation, is right for Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. I was not overly keen on the merger, but we were denied a referendum in Bournemouth when we asked for one, and that's as be. And that's what happened. If this motion
Thank you, Councillor Ball. That's 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Contribution. Thank you. Councillor Mike Brooke, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, listening to the debate this evening, I've really got concerned about some of the reasons that are being put forward, it seemed to me scraping the bottom of the barrel a little bit, as if they're searching just to find something that could be laid against the council leader or the administration. What's even more interesting is the fact that some of the speakers have actually, in accusing the UA for not communicating, but actually describing the situation in Poole prior to the last elections. And I can assure you that when I put in a Freedom of Information request for all the notes for the discussions between the four leaders, that gang of four, I was told there were no notes. That decision to merge the councils was made behind closed doors, and councillors in Poole did not know before 1 hour before the information went out to the public in the newspapers. So we have an opposition that has a record of not listening. They did not listen when parking charges went up by 150%. They did not listen when they closed all the large number of the toilets in Poole. And looking at the current situation, they did not offer an alternative budget. They have voted almost every time with the administration on the decisions, like tonight, for instance, every single decision. And yet there's been plenty of opportunity to call some of those decisions in, but there hasn't been a single call in. That is a weak opposition that we have seen. And that gives me real concern that if they win the vote tonight, we will actually have a weak administration. I'm not part of the cabinet. I'm not a chairman of any committee. I'm a mere backbencher these days, but I'm proud of the direction set by this administration and the way in which it is addressing climate change, tackling homelessness, supporting families and young people, and facing up to other difficult decisions, including the ETROs, about which we have heard quite a lot tonight. Over the last few days, I have received many emails thanking us for the low traffic neighbourhoods and the positive impact they're having on residents' lives. Even those who scorned the ideas originally are now asking for them to be retained, and that also applies to the lower high street in Poole, where business reports of large increases in footfall and business income higher than pre-COVID are being reported. That is the outcome that benefits many, many people, not cars.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke.
And I am fully supportive of Councillor Slade and will be opposing the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Nicola Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't sign this motion lightly. I signed it because over the past several months, I have an inbox full of concerns and complaints from the people who elected me, setting out a catalogue of repeated failures to deal with issues which affect them. I don't have time right now to detail the disgrace of our beaches, riding roughshod over the needs of residents of the West Cliff, or the woeful inability to deal with dangerous parking. All the while, the administration holding up their hands and saying nothing to do with me. Let's take an example of the ETROs. A good idea, but in the hands of this administration, they've proved to be a catalogue of poor judgment, piled upon anti-car dogma, piled upon a refusal to listen. The principal criterion against which these targeted measures were to be judged was impact on walking and cycling to school. I asked at overview and scrutiny what consultation had been undertaken with the schools affected by the orders. None. Bearing in mind the impact on equalities, I asked what consultation had taken place with the Bournemouth Blind Society, outside whose premises one now finds planters in the middle of the road. None. The infamous Glenfernus Avenue shows a similar pattern of not letting the facts get in the way of a good bit of doctrine. Supposedly there to make an impact on children travelling to school, it neglects the fact that the 3 closest primary schools all filled from their local communities. Further, there is no secondary school south of Glenfernus Avenue, and the catchment schools for that community do not lie to its north. The chances of this raising the number of children cycling to school is thus vanishingly low. This example shows how little thought went into one particular scheme, but it's multiplied and compounded with every iteration. Had ward councillors been consulted when the schemes were first considered, we could have passed on what to us is pure common sense. Instead of which, the administration has doubled down on the "we're right because we say so" approach, ignoring the views of locally elected representatives and ploughing on with these ideologically driven schemes and the resultant chaos. This isn't open, inclusive and transparent decision making. It's guided by an article of faith, unchecked by evidence and sent on its way with a wing and a prayer. The administration has repeatedly patronised the public. Comments were made at the overview and scrutiny panel that residents didn't understand the impact of the alterations, and they've used confusing jargon instead of plain English in an attempt to baffle and bewilder. People are tired of being told of point closures and modal filters, as the council insists that roads are not being closed. I challenge anyone to defend this when the physical road signs, the big red rectangular ones on the pavement and on the carriageway, say "road ahead closed." There couldn't be a better metaphor, Chairman, for the direction of travel of this administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Mohan Iyengar, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'll be voting in favour of this motion. Can I just address the issue of the transformation of the council? At the time when BCP was created, we know there were mixed views around the time. Some people very warm to it, some people let's wait and see, and of course some people are quite cynical about the whole thing. But I think everybody, once it was created, was entitled to expect quite a lot. There was a certain promise, even to those enthusiastic, about what a new council should be delivering, the 12th largest unitary authority in the UK. A promise of shaping up, a promise of being forward-looking, and a council that would do considerably more than the three initial legacy councils had already done. And in doing so, release money to support, protect, further enhance the statutory services, adult children's care and on the streets, of course, but also protect the things that are non-statutory, but also people hold very dear. And I'm thinking here things like sweeping, cleaning, trimming, enough wardens, enforcement of our green spaces, enforcement on the streets to do with parking, and also, it's been alluded to earlier on this evening, planning, making sure that planning applications, policies, notifications, they're clear, they're smooth, and people, residents, get the responsiveness they want from these things, which can be very sensitive indeed. Okay. And the other thing, by the way, I should add, is a stronger relationship with the business sector. Forgive me, I should have added that in as well. None of these things have happened. None of these things. We've got a council now, arguably, that does less than the three legacy councils did before. We are not doing more. Transformation should have started and been launched last year with a detailed plan and a launch and literary progress, milestones, and some real transparency around it. This year we should have moved up a gear, and I know we have COVID, but enough of the excuses, enough of the excuses. Everyone would have given allowance for COVID, slowing things down or maybe holding things up a little bit, but there is no plan, there is no programme for transformation or milestones, or to know that this council is actually moving forward and delivering the promise that was made when the council was first set up. Okay, so in summary, we have a council that's doing less, not doing more, and the way that it's doing it is less transparent, less open, and with a lot more excuses than before. I'll be voting for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. I currently have no further members wishing to speak. Oh, yes, we have Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I haven't prepared anything to speak this evening, and actually I'm very glad, having heard how eloquently many of my colleagues have done so in supporting this motion. So I will try and use the time to counter some of the points that have been made by some of the administration. And I've got to start with the ETROs, and it's quite clear that some really just don't get what we're saying on this one. It's not about this scheme being right or that scheme being wrong. It's about what the government actually said on consultation. They did not say you may not consult. What they said is, if there is no time, we are giving you permission not to consult beforehand. That was a choice of BCP, and BCP chose, despite having time, not to do so. That is what we've got the problem with. And for one senior cabinet member in particular, to have the arrogance and show the disrespect to actually accuse the unaligned members of being insufficiently bright or whatever to be able to look beyond ETROs when deciding which way they're going to vote this evening. I think it's absolutely disgraceful. Other people who have been speaking against the motion have concentrated on it being opportunistic or showing lack of integrity or driven only by the passing of our two colleagues. I believe, and the numbers I think will show, that that is just not true. And I really feel that it's objectionable for people to try to push it that way. It is cynical and it is unjust. What would be opportunistic is for an administration to try to cling on by its fingertips when it quite clearly has neither numbers nor the authority to get its cabinet decisions through council. So I'm going to put in a plea to the leader. If this motion passes, as I hope it will, please will she step down with her dignity intact and with us still showing the respect for her, then rather than trying to hold on with a desperate hope that over the next couple of weeks some members will go about and change their mind. This council needs to move on. We've also heard about the administration being about getting people together and working cross-party, etc. Others, however, have shown that to be a lie. They're talking about this as being an alliance united in only one thing, and that is their dislike of the Conservatives. So I would just ask one more plea in the last few seconds that I've got, Mr. Chairman, and that's for those who are not members of the Conservative group to look to the future, look to their residents and what is best for them, put aside any preconceptions, as we will have to as well, and look to work with us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Are there any further speakers on this motion at all? I think we've heard from both sides this evening, have been represented very well. It might be an opportune moment now to ask Councillor Broadhead if he'd like to address the council, and then I will invite Councillor Slade to speak to the council, and then Councillor Mellor to sum up. Councillor Broadhead, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Look, many of the speakers this evening have talked about a number of things, that this motion is opportunistic or just about one issue. One member talked about it being Darth Vader-like or Machiavellian. But I think it's pretty clear that those people have completely ignored what has gone on around us over the last few months alone. We've seen the Alliance have resignations. We've had a cabinet member that's disappeared for 2 months with no replacement. We've had schemes launched that are so good that 1/3 of the Alliance say that they're good, but not in our area as well. And then we've had a stream of, I think, what we can only describe as disasters, because I think we all know that to move our area forward, we want to create headlines. And we have been lately, but for all the wrong reasons. And I think it's worth just summarising. We've heard a lot of it tonight, but run through of some of those headlines, many of them national, to remind ourselves. And I agree the points that Councillor Robson and Rigby have made in particular about, you know, what about looking forward. But tonight is about confidence and looking backwards. It's what we need to focus on. First of all, we had the international headline of the major incident on the beach, which, as we've heard, was avoidable. Many of us have been warning to prepare for weeks. We had the palaver of the Baden-Powell statue and the hordes of crowds and headlines that generated. More recently, we've had the mock outrage over the PSPOs, where one minute members of the cabinet are in favour and saying they're a great idea, and the next minute we're on the front page. We've had the Air Festival being cancelled, then not cancelled, then cancelled again. We've heard about the road to nowhere at Wessex Fields, where precisely when we need that second road entrance during the pandemic to the hospitals, we've dithered. And then finally, the road closures across the towns. Whereas they sat on this consultation for 6 weeks, didn't involve residents or councillors. They blamed the government, blamed residents for not understanding, blamed everyone except themselves. And then what? We've had to scrap most of them, not exactly surprising. I don't think these are the headlines that our residents deserve. We want positive headlines. And before the Alliance came in, the last few headlines were about the fact that we had the fastest growing employment rate in the whole of the UK. We're in the top 10 fastest growing economies in the UK. And I just ask you to look around now and see if you really think that our area genuinely is improving or not. because I don't think the residents are. And a really, really interesting fact, and this is the God's honest truth, I have had not one email from a resident asking me not to vote for the motion tonight. Now, Councillor Bartlett made a really good point earlier on that we should be working together, and I couldn't agree more. We've offered again and again and again to work with the parties. We've been rejected, but I still hope that will change. We now need to focus on jobs, regeneration. We need maybe a designated person to look after COVID-19, but what we do need is confidence. And Mr. Chairman, I think that the confidence no longer exists. We need a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Can I call on the leader, please, Councillor Vicky Slade?
Thank you, Chairman. It was really clear in June when the opposition decided that the midst of a pandemic was a great time to call a vote of no confidence, that this was about power and not people. And when a few days later I was told that there had been a request by the leader of the opposition to check the constitution and resolve that there was in fact no 6-month rule, it was quite obvious they had no intention of enabling the council to carry on with its job and give the space needed to bring forward any changes over the coming months. So the moment we lost Pete, we knew this meeting would be the one where another vote would come forward, and whatever we did or did not do in those weeks would be used against us, which was demonstrated by the appalling politicisation of the seafront and parking teams, when the appropriate response would be to support them for their incredible resilience and incredible work. And when members failed to respond to appeals from officers and portfolio holders to provide comments on active travel plans, and instead spent their time writing glossy leaflets spreading misinformation to their residents. I want to take you back to an overview and scrutiny meeting last summer when I was challenged by a senior member of the Conservative group about a lack of ambition on sustainable travel. Claims were that had they been in control, there would have been a bid for more money and they would have delivered. Well, with this programme of travel measures, we have. And the rules of the scheme were clear, as you have heard. Deliver in 12 weeks or there will be no more money, and consult during the trials. Don't put anything you can't remove quickly and cheaply in case they don't work, and set up a portal. So that's what we did, and they are the instructions that they would have had it been a Conservative council. But of course, that's an inconvenient truth. At the last vote, it was suggested that the Conservative group wanted to work together and that we weren't willing to do that. But as well as having a broad range of views in the alliance, including former Conservatives, I have brought Conservative councillors onto working groups where their group leader has declined to put forward a nomination. I've changed the members' agreement of the Bournemouth Development Company, so a member of the opposition is guaranteed a seat on that board. And in order to bring stability to the council until we can restore our democratic deficit, I offered to bring some Conservatives into a full cross-party cabinet. This was rejected, but instead I was offered a Liberal Democrat could be junior partners in a Conservative Liberal alliance, more proof this is power above anything else. And to suggest it would be better for my career to join a Conservative cabinet than face down a vote in my leadership shows how out of touch they are. My loyalty is to the people of BCP and continuing what we started. I will not be the Nick Clegg of Poole and give away my integrity for a seat pushing through policies I do not support. So I challenge the Conservative group to list the policies you would reverse that have been so damaging, rather than throwing about accusations. Provide evidence around the claims that we've not supported businesses and tourism when we're top of all cities in recovery since lockdown was released. How you're going to improve the lives of the elderly, the sick, the young, and our businesses and our environment.
Councillor Slade, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I'd now call on Councillor Mellor to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just starting my video. Firstly, I'd like to thank all speakers for their passionate contributions in this debate tonight. And it's clear to me that we need strong, calm leadership that listens to all members and residents. Listening to the leader there, we had a 25-page document we put in front of you in terms of saying, well, what actually we were doing better, what you aren't doing, what you can't see. And if you've been living in the same conurbation that I have for the last 3 months, I doubt it. It's also talking about, one of our colleagues from Christchurch Town, I believe was appallingly disingenuous about the unaligned councillors' motivations. You can't know these people. Have you ever spoken to them? They've got the utmost integrity of any people I've met in politics, genuine independents who will fight for their wards and not sell their vote for a cabinet job. These people are not for buying, unlike the promise of jobs that have kept this failing, imperfect alliance together. We've heard a catalogue of failure and excuses, distress to residents and businesses, but we must now focus on a positive agenda for change, optimism for delivering good and inclusive services to our residents, a focus on moving BCP forward as an enabler for our communities. In response to Councillor Bartlett's particular point, I have pledged before, and I will clearly do it again now. My ambition is to lead a cabinet that uses the best talent from across this councillor base. We are ready to put politics to one side. We've been consistent in that message. We can do more, we can do better, and we must do better.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. I think the time has come for me to hand over to the Chief Executive to conduct the vote. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. The vote, therefore, is the vote on the motion. So those that are in favour of the motion, please say for. Those against the motion, say against, or the other option is to abstain. So I'll read each councillor's name in turn in alphabetical order and take those votes. So, Councillor,
sorry, Chief Executive.
Yep.
Can I just check if this is going to be a recorded vote, please?
We only if requested, I guess.
May I please request this is a recorded vote for the record?
Do we have the appropriate number of councillors wishing to record the vote?
Yeah,
will, in effect, be recorded anyway, because the recording will record people's votes.
Yeah, very good.
But if we have a roll call and then that goes off of the record, that is not recorded as the recorded vote for the future.
I think we have enough people requesting on the chat bar.
I would agree, Chief Executive. Thank you.
We'll make this as a formal recorded vote. Okay, so again, those in favour say for, those against, or abstain. So Councillor Hazel Allen.
For.
Councillor Lewis Allison.
Against.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
For.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
For.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Julie Bagwell.
For.
Councillor Steve Barron.
Against.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Abstain.
Councillor John Beasley.
For.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
For.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
For.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Abstain.
Councillor David Brown.
Against.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Against.
Councillor Richard Burton.
Against.
Councillor Diana Butler.
For.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
For.
Councillor Mike Cox.
Against.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
For.
Councillor Norman Decent.
For.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Against.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
For.
Councillor Beverly Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Millie Earle.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Edwards.
For.
Councillor LJ Evans.
Against.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Against.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Anne Filer.
For.
Councillor David Flagg.
Against.
Councillor Nick Geary.
Against.
Councillor Mike Green.
For.
Councillor Nicola Green.
For.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
Against.
Councillor May Haynes.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall.
For.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
For.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones.
For.
Councillor Jane Kelly.
For.
Councillor David Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Bob Lawton. Councillor Marion Lepedvin.
Against.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Rachel Maidment.
Against.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
Against.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Drew Miller.
For.
Councillor Pete Miles.
Against.
Councillor Sandra Moore.
Against.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
Against.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Susan Phillips.
For.
Councillor Margaret Phipps.
Against.
Councillor Karen Rampton.
For.
Councillor Felicity Rice.
Against.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
Against.
Councillor Mark Robson.
Against.
Councillor Roberto Rocco.
For.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
Against.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Trent.
Against.
Councillor Mike White.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
For.
And Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Against.
Thank you, councillors. I will hand the voting record to the chairman.
Thank you, members. I have the result of the vote for the notice of motion. For 39 votes, against 33 votes, with 2 abstentions, and therefore the vote of no confidence is upheld. Members, following the vote of no confidence and having due regard to the Chairman's duties under Article 5 of the Constitution, I have decided to call an extraordinary meeting at 7 o'clock on Thursday the 1st of October, following consideration of a variety of factors. The purpose of the business to be transacted is to select a leader for the BCP Council. Thank you. I will now move on to agenda item 13, questions from councillors. Councillor Jones, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Felicity Rice. Councillor Jones, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The Environment charity Keep Britain Tidy believes that education is the way to prevent the public from littering, supported by proportionate and fair enforcement. Could the Cabinet member advise what action the Council is taking in respect of both of these areas? Could the Cabinet member further advise how many fixed penalty notices have been issued as part of the Bournemouth Town Centre littering pilot, a permanent arrangement, and also extended to other areas across the conurbation?
Chair, do you want me to answer that now?
Yes, please, Councillor Rice, and then I'll go back to Councillor Howell after that.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for your question. Through our Leave Only Footprints campaign, we have engaged with beach visitors on site through our website and social media since 2017. Supported in part by Natural England, we recruited an engagement officer in September 2018 with a desire to take positive engagement to all primary school pupils in the BCP area. And whilst COVID has impacted on our ability to work with schools in 2020, we had over 2,000 children engage with the programme in their schools and around 2,500 engage with our programme on our seafront in 2019. We are currently drafting a leave-only footprint strategy to enable us to improve our engagement activities, especially with the completion of the environmental hub at Durley Trine in summer 2021, to link in with the current climate emergency action plan and the BCP waste strategy when it is completed in the near future. Regarding the fixed penalty notices pilot, Cabinet agreed on the 15th of January to implement a 6-month pilot to use CSAS officers to issue fixed penalty notices for littering, and these officers were allocated these powers following this approval. However, progress in implementing this was impacted by the COVID-19 lockdown. Since the reopening of urban centres and throughout the busy summer period, CSAS officers...
Is that cold? Yeah. Do you want to take that? Do you want to finish that one? Yeah, right.
Sorry.
Councillor, sorry, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wilson, can you turn your microphone off, please?
Thank you. Sorry, I'll start that sentence again. Since the reopening of urban centres and throughout the busy summer period, CSAS officers have been focused on tackling street antisocial behaviour and begging. The 6-month pilot will therefore formally start on the 14th of, yesterday, and run until February 2021. Subsequently, a report will be brought back to Cabinet setting out the outcome of the pilot, financial implications and future options appraisal for environmental enforcement across BCP. This will also be an important aspect of the future strategy for CSAS as a service going forwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Did you have a supplementary, Councillor Jones?
No supplementary, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Howell, please accept my apologies. Members, the Deputy Leader would like to address the members of the Council. Councillor Howell, please.
Yes, thank you. I had arranged to ask to speak in the event of this circumstance. I'd like to say a few words, as the immediate consequence of this vote is that I am entrusted with the role of acting leader until a new leader is appointed. This is a privilege and a great responsibility, and I can assure you that I will do my best to deliver the good ship BCP to the next leader safe and sound. I will be ably assisted by my Cabinet colleagues who have shown themselves to be effective leaders during their tenure. I am, though, very disappointed that the Council finds itself in this position. The current pandemic has placed an enormous strain on it. Officers, Cabinet members, but most of all the former leader, have risen to the challenge. In my view, Councillor Slade has done a tremendous job in dealing with the issues presented not only by the virus, but by a government that has been inconsistent in its messaging and unsympathetic to the practical consequences of its actions on local authorities. This is an inappropriate time for a change of leadership, and it will inevitably impact on the Council's ability to deal with this crisis and perform its other duties, at least in the short term. We are, though, where we are, and we must collectively navigate a way to the next elections that delivers on the Council's commitments and responsibilities. This is certainly no time for divisiveness, point scoring or politicking. I remind councillors that a key decision agreed by all councillors, with the exception of Councillor Butler, who abstained, was to declare a climate and ecological emergency. This was accompanied by a pledge to make BCP Council and its operations carbon neutral by 2030, work with partners, businesses and the wider community to investigate, make recommendations and set a target date for how early the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole region can be made carbon neutral ahead of the UK target of 2050, and continue to work with partners across the city region to deliver this new goal through all relevant strategies and plans. This commitment cannot be brushed under the carpet. We owe it to our children and future generations to act urgently. By actively pursuing environmental sustainability, we can also position our 3 towns to be economically and socially sustainable, providing security and opportunities to our residents and improving their health and well-being. I would like to conclude by thanking Councillor Slade for the huge amount of work she has undertaken since May 2019 in her role as leader of the Council. Her energy and determination is a source of constant amazement. She has served the people of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole very well. If there is one thing you can be sure about Vicky, though, she does not give in. She will be back, and I expect that to be sooner rather than later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. I have a point of order raised by Councillor Diana Butler. Councillor Butler?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to correct Councillor Howe. He said I abstained from the vote about climate change, and I actually voted against it. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Butler. I will now return to questions by members of the council. Councillor Butler, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Vicky Slade. Councillor Butler.
Yeah. The Dorset Local Industrial Strategy specifies 5 foundations of productivity: ideas, people, infrastructure, business environment and place. What steps have been taken to ask businesses, the public, council staff and councillors for ideas to retain Poole Civic Centre for the town?
Thank you, Councillor Butler. The creation of BCP Council in 2019 was based on the opportunity to deliver services at a conurbation-wide level, thereby establishing a stronger regional and national profile for the area. As a single authority, it's inevitable that our office accommodation requirements would change, and in particular that the council's civic space would necessarily be less than when the preceding councils existed. The aim of the Estates and Accommodation Project is to bring about the most suitable way forward for our office accommodation, and as members are aware, the decision has already been made to establish our main civic office within the former Bournemouth Town Hall, as it represents the most appropriate option in terms of location, space and facilities. The future of the Poole Civic Centre will be determined in due course once it has been declared surplus to requirements. The timing of that decision will be dependent upon the developing timescales for the remodelling of Bournemouth Town Hall, and a report is being prepared to Cabinet in October seeking approval for the budgetary allocation to fund that work, along with its anticipated timescales. A working party was also been set up for councillors looking at a range of issues, including the civic space, office space and the wider estates of the council, which would include options around both Poole Civic Centre and Christchurch offices, and an officer group has been set up to consider the disposal strategy and for any building considered surplus. Every effort will be made to identify the most appropriate outcomes for the council and its communities from these important disposals, but it would not be appropriate for the council to retain assets in excess of those needed to support its operational requirements, or to seek an outcome that supports the council's challenging financial position. At this point, there has not been wider consultation with the business world, but our economic development team work closely with businesses to understand the need for office space in town centres, and will ensure any inquiries that do come in of this nature are fed into the process. None have been received to date. Community groups have not been directly engaged with, but the running cost of the building is such that a significant income would need to be obtained to justify the retention of buildings that are no longer required, where there is considerable community space available already. It should also be noted that the disposal of these assets will in due course generate a capital receipt that will be needed to fund the changes to the Bournemouth Town Hall to ensure the council can modernise and work as intended by the new operating model approved by council earlier this year. I can confirm to members that any future decisions regarding the preferred disposal options for the Civic Centre will be considered by Cabinet in due course, and a range of factors will no doubt be considered as part of that process in order to achieve the best outcomes for the council and our communities. It should also be noted that as Poole Civic Centre is a listed building, that will have a significant impact on the options available.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Butler, did you have a supplementary at all?
Yes, I did. The accommodation strategy actually states the disposal of the Civic Centre as sort of a matter of fact. What Poole Civic Centre was built for the people of Poole. So what gives BCP Council the right to dispose of this iconic and valuable asset?
As I've already explained, BCP Council has come in. Poole Council doesn't exist anymore. BCP Council is now the council that looks after the assets and is looking to protect the heritage of our towns. The accommodation strategy has clarified, and we all voted that we would be moving to Bournemouth Town Hall as the main civic space. To retain a building that is not fit for modern use and which does not fulfil the needs of the council is not something that the council would be able to do. So the listing of the building enables us to protect the heritage part of the building and to ensure that it is saved for the people of Poole. But that does not mean that it needs to carry on being used as a civic centre. And the accommodation strategy that was signed through council towards the end of last year has already clarified that. Until the building is deemed officially as surplus, it is not deemed as surplus, and that is the paper that is due to come to Cabinet in October.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Farr, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mark Howell on support for businesses. Councillor Farr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the financially crippling aftermath of the COVID lockdown, how prepared are BCP Council to support businesses and commerce in the conurbation to be able to take immediate advantage of the new global markets that will be available, and how will this fit in with the BCP area industrial strategy? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. The Council's Economic Development Team works in partnership with and signposts to the Department for International Trade and Dorset Chamber to support our local businesses with exporting. The Department for International Trade provides exporting support, including helping businesses sell overseas, including export finance, doing business with integrity, getting local market help to sell overseas, helping UK businesses expand into overseas markets, and connecting overseas buyers with UK businesses. The Dorset Chamber provides exporting support, including customs declarations and training, certificates of origin, export documentation, training, advice regarding ICC Incoterms, the rules that define responsibilities of buyers and sellers when trading internationally, and which set out the obligations and risks involved in the delivery of goods, and advice regarding letters of credit and foreign exchange through their partner Moneycorp. An economic development officer also leads on Brexit issues. BCP Council does not have an industrial strategy. Government creates the UK industrial strategy, and LEPs and combined authorities create local industrial strategies. BCP Council has contributed to the draft Dorset local industrial strategy, though. The Council is also currently creating a draft economic development strategy which will fully align to both the national and draft Dorset local industrial strategy. The draft economic development strategy's strategic themes are economic recovery, flourishing people and communities, productive businesses, globally, nationally and locally connected, and creating a vibrant city region. It builds on the BCP local economic assessment, which provides a robust analytical evidence base. It will help deliver the Council's corporate strategy and detail how, following COVID-19 and Brexit, we will deliver an inclusive, vibrant and sustainable economy, which also delivers our climate change and carbon reduction goals. The draft strategy will be sent to members and businesses for comments in the next couple of months and is scheduled to go to Cabinet in January 2021. An action plan will follow, which will detail the projects, initiatives that will deliver the strategy. Finally, the Economic Development Team regularly delivers Meet the Buyer events to encourage larger international businesses to buy from smaller local businesses. On the 29th of September, we are working with BAE to deliver a Meet the Buyer event to let local suppliers know what products and services BAE are seeking. This event will also provide guidance and tips on securing contracts with BAE. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Farr, did you have a supplementary at all?
Yes, Chairman, I do have a supplementary I'd like to read out. Thank you. Free ports present an opportunity to boost the local economy and employment with inward investment. Bournemouth Airport is listed in the running for Freeport status. With the Chancellor's announcement of his vision and backing of Freeports, how is BCP Council working with Bournemouth Airport to facilitate this ambition? Thank you.
Councillor Howell.
Yes, thank you for that question. Well, we're working with Dorset LEP to secure further investment and continuation of schemes and funding and opportunities to develop the Smart Ports project, helping our ports become more efficient and our local tech providers to showcase their solutions. In relation to Freeports, obviously this is a relatively new intervention and suggestion by the government, and it's something that our officers clearly need to investigate further. I can ask the officers to supply a further response to Councillor Farr to detail an exact answer in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Stribley, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Hadley regarding parking spaces. Councillor Stribley, please.
My apologies, it's just disappeared off my screen. But basically, can Councillor Hadley please inform us how many parking spaces have been lost across the conurbation since May 2019, both in our car parks and on public land?
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Stribley. There has been no change to council policy on existing parking spaces since the Unity Alliance took control in May 2019. We have needed, however, to find alternative uses for some spaces for a range of operational reasons over the period. You asked about spaces on highway, in car parks and other council land, and I have collated all that I have been made aware of across these multiple directorates. As part of the COVID-related distancing measures on the Lower High Street and Poole Quay, we suspended 13 one-hour time-limited free parking spaces on the Lower High Street because the pavements were too narrow for people to safely pass. The trial road closure has not only enabled social distancing, but has substantially improved accessibility for those with wheelchairs, buggies or mobility scooters, and has supported local businesses in COVID recovery. We've also moved the disabled bays alongside sea music across the road. These were substandard width, having limited space for door opening. The new disabled bays each have more room. There were 4 general parking bays that were removed to facilitate this. I have asked whether the dedicated space for HM Coast Guard can be returned to general use, since their office is no longer there. The old bays have been used to provide an outdoor dining area. Evening Hill, the creation of the trial cycle lane to improve safety for pedestrians and uphill cyclists required a temporary suspension of approximately 37 car parking spaces, none of which were marked for disabled use. There are very many other parking spaces in the immediate area. Birds Hill Road, approximately 5 parking spaces were removed to create the low traffic neighbourhood closure. Poole Park reconfiguration. This has removed some spaces but also added capacity near the fountain. Approximately 10 spaces have been reallocated in favour of disabled only parking in the road from Seldown entrance, and a net reduction of 3 spaces at the Westfield car park and around the water fountain. In Christchurch, we created 3 coach spaces on the roundabout at the entrance to 2 Riversmead car park to assist the coach operators, replacing 12 general parking spaces with those 3 coach spaces. On Boscombe Undercliff, this car park was closed to support social distancing, but given the impact of this linear feature on the beach users and heavy pressure on our beaches, it has not been reinstated at this time in order to reduce congestion and also because of antisocial behaviour by some drivers, especially in the evening. 12 bays which are marked for disabled use have been reinstated and are only available to be pre-booked by those hiring the adapted beach huts. 340 general spaces were removed. Ferry car park was initially closed to enable pedestrian and cyclist queuing for the Sandbanks ferry at their request. This has been reduced to 15 spaces lost, and we were last week advised that the Sandbanks ferry no longer require the remaining spaces, so they will be restored back to the car park. There has been a general flow of identifying general or dedicated spaces for disabled drivers on street parking and releasing them when not required. I don't have a number for that. As part of heathland mitigation, 30 new car parking spaces are to be implemented at Stour Valley Nature Reserve, and 20 spaces are included in the Hicks Farm planning application. In Upton Park, an additional 30 spaces have been created in the former Petanque area. The Canford Park sang, this is not BCP owned, but includes a significant new parking area. I trust that's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Can I just remind councillors to please turn your microphones off if you're not speaking. Councillor Stribley, did you have a supplementary for Councillor Hadley?
Yes, Chairman, please. Has the portfolio holder conducted any study into the consequences of the loss of all these parking spaces, such as the extra pollution as drivers look for alternative parking, loss of income, and additional congestion and obstruction with more on-street parking an inevitable consequence? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for that. We have obviously part of the active travel proposals are intended to try and persuade people to consider alternative modes of transport, and we found that in just monitoring 1 week of use, the Evening Hill took as many people on bikes as there are car parking spaces in the Sandbanks car park. We haven't. I mean, obviously there is monitoring goes on the air quality in certain locations around the conurbation. I'd have to find ask for those details from the environmental team, which is not in my directorate.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Jones, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Hadley on Boscombe Overcliff ETRO. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can the Cabinet member confirm that it was only a government recommendation to introduce the Boscombe Overcliff ETRO using a 7-day notice and not mandatory, therefore allowing him more than sufficient time to consult with residents and local businesses before implementing such an ill-thought-out scheme, which generated numerous objections, including a petition signed by over 2,000 people?
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Your connection went in and out there, but I'm sure that Councillor Hadley got the gist of that question. Councillor Hadley?
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry that people might feel bored by lots of discussion around the ETROs. In May 2020, BCP Council was advised by the Department of Transport that it indicatively allowed us approximately £1.4 million from the Emergency Active Travel Fund in proportion to the public transport journeys to work in our area. The purpose of the fund is to support more people walking and cycling because of displacement due to the limited capacity on public transport, to support COVID-19 social distancing measures, and to attempt to reduce traffic congestion. On the 27th of May, Department for Transport issued application guidance that advised the Council that in order to secure the first tranche of the available fund, it needed to have swift and meaningful plans to reallocate road space to cyclists and pedestrians, including on strategic corridors. The letter highlighted the quickest and cheapest way of achieving this would normally be point closures. The guidance also stipulated that proposals needed to be installed on the ground within 12 weeks, and for us this was from a standing start. I was advised that having drawn up plans and made those available, the consultation itself would have taken far more than the 12 weeks, and in normal times that would have been undertaken face to face. The Department for Transport letter actively encouraged councils to use the experimental traffic regulation order process to implement such schemes, as they are quicker to implement and in their very nature allow for consultation and the flexibility to amend the measures in the light of feedback from residents over the duration of the scheme. Therefore, taking all of this into account, the Council decided it would be appropriate to implement the scheme on Boscombe Overcliff using this type of traffic regulation order. The use of a 7 days notice period to implement an experimental TRO is mandatory and stipulated in legislation. The Overcliff was recommended by officers as a scheme to relieve pressure on the promenade, to improve this link on the National Cycleway Route 2, and to support commuting by bike across this area based on the propensity to cycle modelling from Cambridge University. All relevant ward councillors were asked for their views alongside the materials being produced for public engagement. It is a regret that some chose instead to publish their own materials that inaccurately misrepresented the scheme, which resulted in the petition that you mentioned. Having deferred the scheme, I have had correspondence from people who regret this route was not calmed, as vehicles do speed between the road humps, making it hazardous for pedestrians crossing and for cyclists along this route. I would have preferred a prior consultation period, but the DFT timelines and sanctions did not allow this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Jones, did you have a supplementary at all?
Yes, I did, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Hadley, for your initial answer. Can you further advise how and when the Council will now consult local people, bearing in mind that the pause button has been pressed on this scheme.
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you for the supplementary question. We have a meeting which is actually on Thursday of this week to talk through with the Transport and Communications team how we will go about consultation on both those schemes that have been deferred, but also the Tranche 2 schemes as they come forward. As I mentioned earlier on this evening, we have new consultation software that we're hoping to make available to allow us to do far more of that. But I don't have a timescale for you yet.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. And final question from Councillor Butler, who I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Hadley on ETROs. Councillor Butler, please.
Hello, this might repeat a bit of the last one, but why have experimental traffic regulation orders been decided and actioned so quickly when most people have to travel within or between Poole, Bournemouth and Christchurch by motor vehicle for work or essential supplies?
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. I thank Councillor Butler for her question. As in my previous answer, the purpose of the experimental traffic regulation order is to implement quickly with 7 days advance notice and for consultation and feedback to be over the duration of the experiment between 6 and 18 months. Importantly, the government recommended this method to councils to support the emergency active travel changes in response to the limited bus capacity and the need to support alternative means of travel for passengers. We had instructions from DfT to commence implementation within 4 weeks and complete within 8 weeks. So this 12-week timeline required us to use the ETRO process. You suggest that most people have to travel within or between BCP by motor vehicle, but this is only a choice for those with access to a car. The 2011 census statistics, the most recent comprehensive guidance we have, highlights that 64% or 2/3 of travel to work journeys are undertaken by car or van. The rest will walk, cycle, take public transport or work from home. Of the car commuting journeys, 15% are less than 2 kilometres, 1.2 miles, which is easily walkable. 78% are less than 10 kilometres, 6.2 miles, which is an easy cycling distance. No one is suggesting that disabled should walk or cycle, but many people who are able, these shorter journeys could equally be undertaken by bike or on foot, saving the individual money, the hassle of finding a parking space, and reducing the congestion delays that we all face. It's up to all of us to consider the appropriate mode of transport for the journeys that we make, and it's a duty on the Council to balance the limited available space to support all users and to encourage people for their own health and well-being and for the sake of each other to choose an active travel mode when they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Butler, did you have a supplementary question at all for Councillor Hadley?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chairman. Can I ask the portfolio holder, how will the effects of ETROs be recorded, monitored and reported for decisions to be made as to whether to make them permanent or not?
Thank you. So there is a section of the website for the council that has links to questionnaires that people can fill in over the lifetime of the scheme to give their views, and those are being collated and will be presented at the end of the 6-month period to advise the process. We've had some camera monitoring of some of the sites to give a baseline, and again that will be repeated, and so it will be a mix of people's perceptions, the questionnaire responses, and empirical information before and after the implementation of the scheme.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Members, thank you very much for your attendance this evening. It's been a long evening, but with there being no further business to conduct, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.